ask that you have your way in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Father, perfect that which you have started, because that which is committed into your hands, you are well able to perfect. Thank you, our Father, for we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen and amen. The next will be the national anthem. Can we be upstanding, please? Thank you. Everybody be upstanding. Media, can you play? Thank you. The next on the agenda for today will be the opening remarks, the welcome remarks. Is Architect Audio around? Okay, meanwhile, okay. I just want to go through the program for those who have the event program with them. We shared it yesterday. If you are still around, you can see open to day 3. We are starting, after the welcome address, we're having the first paper. The first paper will be traffic and transportation design for new time miles housing development in Edo State. That will be taken by TPL Soledotun Yusuf. After the paper, we have the next one being the economic advantages of the rent-to-own housing model. This will be taken by Mike Imafido. Followed after this paper will be a presentation all the way from Pakistan. They will be streaming online. He's one of the people that have the low Earth technology that we are going to imbibe in our project with NTP here. The theme of the paper is low-cost housing technology. And the person that will be presenting that will be Nabil Sidikim. After this paper presentation, we are going to be having the next paper. And the topic of that paper is the role of surveyors in providing affordable and sustainable housing. This paper will be delivered by Surveyor Jeffrey Iwodo. Next will be paper presentation on geomatics and surveying as a panacea for basic shelter development in Edo State. After which, we go on to a paper presentation by the MD, CEO of NTP on facility study for 300,000 housing units delivery in Edo State. After which, we will now convene our panel for discussion, and then we move ahead with the program for the exhibition and the master classes. Right now, I want to give the microphone onto Architect Sam Oder for the welcome remarks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to the third and final day of this great event. I don't have too much to say other than the fact that it's been a very interesting couple of days, yesterday particularly, and the day before. I'm sure we're expecting a lot more people as proceedings move on. But I think something I'm particularly looking forward to today is our Pakistani colleagues joining in by satellite on the new zero carbon energy technology that they want to share about with us. We know them quite well. We belong to the same network, actually. We have the same funding partner in the UK, and so Modulus Tech are people that we've known about for quite a while. And I'm sure you're all going to find their presentations quite illuminating. Let me just say, I wish you all good deliberations today, and welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. For the paper presentation, is TPL Soledotun available? Okay. If you're on, we're waiting for her because I'll be rescheduling this paper presentation once they get online because we are short of time and people are already seated. Okay. Is paper 4 read? 3-4. Is Nabil online? Let me just switch over to you.
I'm projecting from the laptop, so I need them to set up the current one.
You have to set it from there.
I don't know how fast they can set it.
Okay, Mafido is available. We are trying to set up. Meanwhile, I just want to go through a brief of what we did yesterday. For those who are not available, we had the launching of the mass housing and the cooperative by the Honorable Minister of Works and Housing in the person of Mr. Adu, the Controller for Housing A in Edo State. After that, he gave his presentation and we had our panel discussion. One of the things that was being asked, which a lot of people are still thinking it was not possible, was a paper presentation by the CEO, Miller Fuller Foundation, on the 1 million housing, if it was feasible or it was a dream. Yesterday, a lot of people came to the realization that it was actually feasible. It can be realized and it is achievable. So we thank God for that. And our own NTP MD will come here to give us a visibility study for the 300,000 housing units that we want to undertake, and that is why we have this shelter conference. so that people will know that it's feasible, it's achievable. And for those who have been talking to that are not here, we have gone to a lot of associations because we want to get to the nitty-gritty people who are in need of this housing. Association of motorcycle and spare parts were here yesterday in person, in the person of Mr. Emeka. A week before, we were at the Association of Builders and Tilers. Those are the people that are the nitty-gritty end of actual need of this housing that we want to provide. We have been to housing, and we have been to Agric, we have been to Ministry of Physical Planning to reach out to people for those who are in need. We are asking people, what is it they need that we are putting them together? If it's 2-bedroom, if it's just one apartment like Fulamila did, the 1 million, it was due to survey and data collation. And we're happy that they are in partner with us for this same dream we are birthing here in Edo State. We pray and we ask people who are present here for the conference to help us to transmit the information around. And we had some students too who were here asking questions. We answered them. And we had our master classes. On day one of the events when we started, the first master class we had was on project management. We had people who sat down, and it was quite informative. I can still recollect from the speech and from the paper presentation that the reason why most of our projects goes awry was because time, scope, and cost are not being put into consideration. And he delineated everything by giving us examples of what he did at what particular time that saved situations on ground. He gave us an example of one of his projects. He was given, the project was to cost 60 million. The scope for the project was 2 years. And then he now decided to sit down, put three things, scope, time, and cost into consideration. He sat down and they went into it and was able to achieve 45 million for 6 months. Instead of 2 years, he finished the project in 6 months and delivered as 45 million instead of 60 million for 2 years. So that is part of what project management is and what it does. For those who attended the master class, they have their own testimonies to give. Even for the ordinary paper that was given here on day one, I got stats, and that's what I'm giving back to you. For those who are here for yesterday, part of what Architect Odia gave was on the 1 million delivery. And I keep saying, that is a testimony. We had to interview him yesterday. Somebody was asking online, how visible was it? He still came back to answer them. It is not a fable. It's something that's realistic, it has been achieved, it's visible. If you want to see it, you can travel down to Masaka in Abuja. That's why it was. Even gave us inferences and examples of what happened to people when their houses were being demolished and they were looking for where to go to. They told them, you can move into your house with the mortgage system. We also had people on the panel who came from Data Trust that were explaining to us how you can access loans to get your houses because you go on and then it will be spread. The same idea is what we are putting into this 300,000 housing units you want to deliver in Edo State. So for those who have been around, we found out we have a lot of materials, a lot of information that has been transmitted for us to get, imbibe, and know that we are not here to play. We are here to do and fulfill why this shelter conference, a basic necessity, was put in place. And like I said before, if I say shelter conference, you reply, shelter conference, shelter conference, because it is a basic necessity. So we have a lot of housing deficit in the country. Edo State has its own. And we are saying, before we were saying it was 21 million. from Abuja, we realized that it has gone up from 21 million to almost 28, going to 30. If you have serious data being compiled together, you know that the housing deficit you have in the country is skyrocketing day by day. And what we want to do here in Edo State, like the minister said, was a laudable achievement for Edo State through NTP and the government together. And we give God all the glory for that opportunity and the vision that was given unto the MD, NTP, Neighborhood Turnkey Projects, in case you're wondering what NTP means. And that is who we are working with. And we hope that our partners, like Architect Odia and other developers that are joining with us, will fulfill this. And part of our technology that we wanted to use is on the presentation that will be given from Nabil from Pakistan. Low-cost housing technology. They develop it themselves. By the time you listen to his program, you will see how amazing it has been with them and what we can achieve here. It is not a fable, like I keep saying. It's realistic and it's achievable. So let me ask, Mr. Imafidon, are you ready? Okay, so we are going to go on now to the next paper, presentation by Mr. Imafidon on economic advantages of the rent-to-own housing. Can we give you a round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. All right, while they try to get the slides up, because we'll run through a couple of slides, just to say that my role here basically is to espouse the benefits of the rent-to-own housing model. And while I was reflecting on it, what came to mind was my dad, who built his first house when he was 55 years old. And I started thinking, why would it take him that long before he could build a house? For 30 years, we were living in rented apartments, and what that did to us was that there was a lot of instability in our lives because we're always moving from different location to different location. For some locations, we would stay 2 years, some location 1 year, some locations possibly 5 years maximum. But when he built his house, I then realized that we had some sort of stability. We had communal living. We now had neighbors we could interact with. We now had a sense of belonging in the community where we were. But again, what really bothered me was it possible for us to have translated the rent he was paying over 30 years into like some sort of like a mortgage, or to be translated into owning a home? Why would we pay rent for 30 years before, we could actually build our own house? And why it took that long, even at the point where he built his house, it was still a loan. But it just took him that long to meet the credit requirements for him to be able to access the loan. So because, again, the mortgage facility, you need to be credit worthy. You need to have the balance sheet to be able to access the mortgage facility. And here we have a rent-to-own model that has the potential to tackle a lot of the challenges that we face. Because from a context perspective, a lot of Nigerians do not have the credit worthiness. They do not have as a country, we also do not have the database really to manage that process. So it's quite difficult, to really give credit to individuals for home ownership. So from a demand side, that challenge is really there. Currently, there are about 42 million homes. There are about 41 families, households in the country. Out of that 41 million households in the country, only about 15 million households have a home. So you have about 26 million households who do not have a home. And that gives you an indication of the challenge that we face, and while all stakeholders need to be on board to tackle this challenge. It's clear. Shelter is a basic necessity. There is no debate about that. For me, I see it as a fundamental human right. Over the years, what we've been told is shelter, food, and clothing are basic necessities. This has evolved over the years. There have been introduction of other basic necessities like information technology, because there's a general belief that access to information is critical for productivity, to live a functional life. Sleep has also been included as, part of the basic need of man. But while a lot of different things have been introduced into the list of basic necessities, but what has never changed is food, shelter, and clothing. They remain basic necessities. And they are not just important in themselves, but they are very critical to ensuring that humans are productive, that from a long-term perspective, that there is sustainability. So shelter really brings that productivity. It unlocks the productivity in an economy, and that's one of the key importance of shelter. But how has Nigeria fared? I understand there's been a lot of conversation around this on how we are fed in terms of housing provision. It's just also very helpful for us to just look at it again and see what we can learn from it, because going forward, we need to understand where we're coming from. We need to really reflect to say, where are we? Where have we been? What has been done? Where are we currently? And how do we move forward from where we are? So I wish the slides were up. I wanted to show some slides as regards how, the trend in housing deficit. And just to mention, I've been at Grand Louvu, I've been at Masaka. So what Architect Sam, or we call Uncle Sam, what he's saying is real. I've visited the location I think 3 times, actually. We've seen it. It's real. It's possible. All right, so the housing deficit in Nigeria has really skyrocketed over the years, and there are 2 drivers of the housing deficit, basically. There's the rural-urban migration, which is a key driver. So you have urbanization, and then there is a demographic explosion. So we have the population growth of Nigeria is massive. So our population is growing at about 3.5%, and our economy is growing at about 2% averagely. What that tells you is that our population is growing faster than the rates at which the economy can cater for it. Because it's just common sense, If your economy grows faster than your population, it means that the productivity within the economy can actually cater for the explosion in the population. So, but where we have an instance where the economy is growing below the rate of population, it means that there is a deficit, there is a gap. And what you find is more poverty, and then, shelter crises just keep exploding. So tackling the issue of shelter, we'll have to first of all also look at tackling productivity. But again, they are mutually reinforcing, and we'll look at that shortly. In 2010, the housing deficit was estimated at about 14 million. By 2019, it had risen to 25 million. And thank God you were mentioning, it's risen to about 28 million as we speak. And is moving at a geometric progress. The rate at which it's moving, if something is not done urgently, we'll be in a very difficult position in the coming years. We need to be adding 1 million homes annually over the next 20 years to bridge the gap. What we are currently doing is about 75,000, both the government and the private sector. So if we continue on this trend, we're not just it's worsening, and we're not even trying to meet up. So we need to think in the real context of mass housing, as Architect Samodia was speaking yesterday. In the real context of mass housing, we need to deliver homes in that context. Okay. There's a particular slide. I think not having my slides up is quite difficult for me. What's happening? Okay. So I'll go over. I'll just, out of the 42 million homes we have, I just want to give some context. Out of the 42 million homes we have currently the housing provision is 42 million. The deficit is 28 million estimated. Out of the 42 million that is currently provided, about 31.5 million are substandard. So it means that the actual provision we have is barely about 10.5 million. The Family Homes Fund gives us the statistics that it's 42 million and also gives us the statistics that 31.5 are substandard. And when you live in a substandard house, the benefits of being in that shelter is not unlocked. Even if it is unlocked, it is partially unlocked. The full benefit is not reaped by the economy. So it is important that as we think about the deficits, we're also thinking about how do we, the substandard homes, how do we get people out of those substandard homes? Or how do we improve on the quality of the homes that are being built? So the deficit is one aspect of the challenge. The second aspect of the challenge is the substandard houses, the slums that people are living in. And the key thing to also take note is that Nigeria forms the shelter challenge in Nigeria is a key part of the shelter challenge in Africa. If we're able to tackle the shelter challenge in Nigeria, we would have tackled 33% challenge across Africa. Because the deficit alone in Nigeria is as high as the deficit in 15 African countries put together. So why am I reading out these statistics? For us to really understand the urgency to act. That all stakeholders really need to put their hand on the plow, and we need to push very hard. It's now a collective responsibility upon us. When we do a comparative analysis between when the slides are up, I'll run through some of these slides again because I really want you to see, graphically how Nigeria is faring. When we do a comparative analysis between Nigeria and other African countries, our urban home ownership currently is about 27%. And this 27% are people who can access mortgage. Now, imagine what would be happening in the rural communities. In countries like Algeria, you have 99% urban home ownership. In countries like Egypt, you have 99%. In Libya, interesting enough, you have 99%. Down to the Southern African development region, you also have high levels of urban home ownership by individuals. But why is Nigeria's case different? Why are we comparing with the likes of Sudan, Chad? Why can't we tackle the challenge of housing, whether at the rural area or in the urban centers? Let me give another statistics just to buttress. 10% of the populace in the country can buy a home by way of either purchase or construction. In China, you have about 60%. In Singapore, 54%. And in Korea, you have also 54%. So why is it really difficult to tackle this challenge? Let's take a detour to history. Let's look at what has happened between in colonial era up to date. And then let's learn lessons from it. When we look at that, we will draw lessons from that period, and then we will contextualize the rent to own program within that context and see what the benefits are. So in the pre-colonial era, okay, we have the slides up. Interesting. So let's start from. So just go to the next slide. The next slide. Yeah, the next. Okay, apparently you have the old slides, but it's fine. We'll work with this. Go to the next slide, please. Next. Okay. If you look at the blue charts, please, while we're using this, can you get the updated slides? If you look at the blue chart shows the trend in housing provision, the trend in the deficit over the last decade. You see in the blue, you see how progressive it has been. From 14 million in 2010, it has risen to about 28 million in 2022. And then the red bar signifies urban home ownership. You see how that has declined consistently over the last decade. So while urban home ownership is declining, we have the deficit in homes increasing. Next slide, please. Okay, great. So this is the total housing requirements of Nigeria. The full bar shows the total housing requirements. The green section is what we have fulfilled, which is basically 10.5 million. The orange section is 31.5 million. That's the substandard houses that we need to renew. We need to replace quickly. And then the red portion is the totally absent part. So we're just about meeting 10 to 15% of our housing requirements as a country. Next slide, please. So these are part of the 42 million houses that has been counted currently. And this needs to be renewed as soon as possible. Next slide, please. Because in this kind of environment, and you see the smiling boy there, in this kind of environment, he feels so elated with what he looks. He enjoys it. In this kind of environment, you can imagine the kind of productivity that can be tapped from this kind of environment. Next slide, please. You know, this is also very familiar. We're all familiar with sites like this across the country. Next slide. There is also, it's not all bad news. There's also some attempts at really also filling the gap, and these are some of the emerging homes, that are being developed but it's not sufficient. We need to build housing in terms of the real sense of it, which is mass. Next slide, please. So this is Nigeria versus, Africa. The green portion shows Nigeria, and the orange portion shows Africa. You can see that if we tackle a lot of the challenges around shelter in Nigeria, we would have tackled 1/3 of Africa's shelter challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, I don't know if you can see this clearly, but this was the slide I was speaking to around urban home ownership. So you will find that in Nigeria, we have just 27% of urban home ownership, whereas in countries like Algeria, Libya, Egypt, North Africa, basically, you have very high rates, about 99%. Next slide. Okay, so this is the percentage of the populace in Nigeria that can actually afford a home. Just 10% of the populace. Next slide. But let's look at where is the challenge really rife. And this is very important because we're in Benin. There are top 5 cities in Nigeria that are growing rapidly, the fastest growing cities in Nigeria. You have Lagos, Kano, Ibadan, Port Harcourt, and Benin City. And you can easily just understand that the shelter challenge will be more rife in the fastest growing cities. So Edo State needs to wake up to the challenge because it's among the fastest growing cities in the country, and the shelter challenge will only get worse if it is not tackled urgently. Next slide. If you look at this trend, you will see that from 2013, there has been a constant decline in the contribution of housing to the GDP of the country. So it has been going down consistently. And that needs to be rapidly fixed. And that is part of the reason why the rent-to-home ownership arrangement can't plug the gap. And we'll look at that shortly. So next slide, please. Yes, we'll look at what is. Let's just take a detour to history, and let's see what has been. Let's see what has been happening over the last, almost a century. So next slide. In the 1960s, what happened is there was a focus on building GRA, government reserved areas, and those government reserved areas were for expatriates. They were also for Nigerians, but those who were highly placed and were working in key institutions. That was the focus pre-independence. At independence, there was this, if you could remember at independence, 2 years into independence, there was the plan we started what the country called the National Development Plan. There was the first National Development Plan, second, third, and fourth. In the first National Development Plan, the objective was to deliver, on housing, was to deliver about 61,000 units. At the end of the first development plan, we were able to deliver only 500 units. Out of the 61,000 units projected, 500 units were developed. And that was cut short by the Civil War. We went into the second National Development Plan. 59,000 housing units were projected to be built. Only 7,080 units were developed by the government, even with the establishment of the National Council on Housing. In the third National Development Plan, it was projected that 202,000 housing units would be built. But at the end of the day, only 28,000 housing units were built. And it was during that duration that we had the Land Use Act as a decree, which was supposed to ensure that state governments, individuals, have access to land easily. Because there are two key drivers of the cost of housing is the land and the cost of building materials. If there is no easy access to land, it's difficult to solve this shelter challenge. So the idea was, with the Land Use Act decree, lands will be made more available to regional government, to subnationals, and individuals will also, in that regard, also have easy access. But what has the Land Use Act decree done? It's not really met its objective. Yes, it's made land available to government to some extent, but it has not made land available to individuals. So it has not really, fulfilled the purpose for which it was set up. The Federal Ministry of Housing, Urban Development and Environment was also created during that era. In 1981 to 1986, the National Housing Program was launched for the first time. 160,000 low-income housing was supposed to be built at 1.9 billion naira. At the end of the day, what was built was 47,000 houses. Because there are lessons we need to learn from all this. Next slide, please. Between 1986 and 1999, 121,000 housing units was projected to be built. Only 5,000 was built. And then let's look at 1999 to date. There has been a lot of reforms in this fourth democratic dispensation. We had the coming in of the Family Homes Fund, the Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company. There were a lot of initiatives that have been put forward. Public-private partnerships became an in thing. And it has attempted to tackle the challenge, but significant gaps still remains that needs to be plugged. Because the idea of government provision of housing, of tackling the shelter challenge, is a mirage. Governments do not have the capacity to tackle sufficiently the shelter challenge we're facing. What governments can do is to provide the enabling environment and allow private individuals to come into that space and deliver affordable homes and tackle the shelter challenge. But let's go to the next slide. Let's look at what lesson we can learn from all these years of housing development. One lesson we've learned is that policies are good, but they must be backed up by aggressive discipline and focused implementation. That is when those policies can actually translate into something meaningful. The second is that government alone cannot bridge the deficit, like I just mentioned. the role of government is really to create the enabling environment. How can land be made more available? How can we ensure the economies, we have our steel industry to be functional, to ensure that the cost of building materials drop? We have the resources as a country. We have all the resources we need to tackle our skyrocketing. So the government needs to create that enabling environment that allows private individuals to go into that space and deliver affordable homes. The third is that if you look at what has, when we're looking at history, you realize that there has been a focus on the supply side in shelter provision. Different governments have come to say we're delivering, like currently, 1 million houses, 5 million, 500,000. There has not been a focus on the demand side as much as the attention has been given to the supply side. Affordability of a home cannot be defined basically by the supply side to say, okay, if I build a home for 4 million naira, it is going to be affordable. Or if I build a home for 3 million, if I build a 3-bedroom for 3 million, it's affordable. You can only define that when you juxtapose that with the earning capacity of the people who will take the homes. So affordability cannot be defined from a supply side alone. It must also be looked at from the demand side. The people who are taking these homes, what is their earning capacity? So to plug the housing deficit, to solve the shelter challenge, we must look at how we can balance both the supply side factors and the demand side factors. How do we ensure that how do we ensure that the economy is more productive, people earn more income? Because again, people living on the minimum wage of the country can hardly afford any home. So we need to think creatively to say, let's tackle the supply side challenges, but also let's also focus on the demand side. And that is one point that has been missed over the years. There has been so much focus on the supply side with very little focus on the demand side. Even when there has been attempts at supporting the demand side through mortgage, it has not really worked. And we'll get to see that why mortgage is difficult in the country shortly. The other point we've learned from history is that good intentions are not good enough. They need to be translated, they need to be backed up by strong political will for good intentions to materialize. The final lesson we've learned from history, which is a recent lesson, is that adequate shelter can be a front line against a pandemic. During the COVID-19 pandemic, it was really difficult to manage slums. It was difficult to manage homes where to manage areas where the shelter was not appropriate. So imagine a face me and face you setting, where people share the same toilets, they share the same kitchen. How do you manage a pandemic in that instance? It was quite challenging. So we need to understand that shelter also can protect against a pandemic. It's a key lesson we've learned from history. So, but what are the challenges? Next slide, please. What are the challenges that has really besetted the issue? So, next slide. What challenges are we facing? Why have we not been able to plug this gap? One key challenge is the liquidity crisis, which I know it's been talked on a lot here. It is difficult to raise the finance with the current structure we have. Our capital market is not deep enough. We do not have what we call project finance. Most times what we have here in Nigeria is corporate finance. Where you're asked to collateralize your loan and all that. Project finance, it's like a non-recourse finance where the asset is what backs the loan. So our financial system is not deep enough to allow project finance. So there is a liquidity crisis from that perspective. But also there is another reason for the liquidity crisis is the fact that a lot of the subnational government states have not domesticated the mortgage foreclosure law. I think Edo State has domesticated that law, which is quite impressive. There are other states that have domesticated the law. Because what it does, but beyond domesticating the law, I know some states that have domesticated, but they've not really set up the institutional framework. So in terms of implementation, it is still, there is still a gap. And I don't know if Edo State has set up the institutions to now manage that process, which is the next key step that should be taken. Because what it does is that it shows a clear a clear revenue path. It shows a clear path for recouping your investment. And when an investor does not see that clear path of recouping his investment, that is when we term that project unbankable. For projects to be bankable, the commercial case needs to be very clear. The financial case needs to be clear. It needs to be clear to an investor that this is the pathway through which I can recoup my investment. All the rules start in Côte d'Ivoire. And then the government mapped the entire country and assigned price per square meter. Because what we're having so much exploitative tendencies. And it's now very difficult to access land. So the government in Côte d'Ivoire mapped out all the lands in the country through their GIS system and then allocated prices. In the urban area, $3.5 per square meter. In the regional areas, about $2.2 per square meter. And then in rural areas, $1.17 per square meter. So that way there is some sort of standardization and there is some sort of regulation so that sort of inappropriate exploitative tendencies of people is limited, because access to land is critical to solving the shelter challenge. In Kenya, they are strongly using the cooperative model, which Nigeria is also heavy on, but at different level of success. In South Africa, private equity holders are going into the space and investing equity, not just debt, in housing. They are putting in equity investment in housing, in the housing sector. In Mauritius, fund managers are going into joint ventures with housing developers to deliver housing projects. So can the rent to own offer some solutions? Basically, what the rent to own means is that it's just as it is. While you're paying your rent is translating into payment for the apartment, for the house. And over time, the apartment becomes yours. There are two variants to it. The next slide. There are two variants to it. One variant is basically going into the apartment, paying rent, and at any point you now decide to buy the house, it is computed, you pay the outstanding. The other variant is you go in from the beginning and you start paying the rent to take over the house at some point in time. So what it does is that why the rent to own is important is that it's quite different from the mortgage structure. The mortgage structure is very good if you have the credit worthiness, if you have the balance sheet to assess mortgage. It's fantastic. But in the context where we have a large number of the populace who cannot meet the mortgage requirements, because with mortgage sometimes you might need to, make some down payments. With mortgage there will be some assessments. I'm part of a project recently where all the off-takers that were profiled for mortgage, just about 15% met the requirements. And we're having to now scout for more off-takers that can actually. So the mortgage is good, but in our context, in some contexts where you have, very low income earners, it's quite also very difficult to assess the mortgage because they might not be able to meet the criteria. Sometimes some of the mortgage institutions ask for down payments that might not be able to meet. But the rent-to-own model tackles that challenge. But again, it's not entirely the fault of the mortgage institutions. They need to manage their risk, and especially because of the macroeconomic fundamentals that are prevailing in Nigeria. Let's look at the next slide and understand why mortgage is difficult. Next slide, please. Next slide. All right. In the US, the mortgage interest rate is 2.5%. Now, let me just explain what the overall concept of interest rates. Interest rate in an economy is dependent on the inflation rate. And the idea is that you must be able to earn an interest that covers for the rate at which your money is depleting. So if your interest rate is below the inflation rate, it means that you are losing money more than you are gaining money as an investor or as a fund provider. So at no point in time should you So the mortgage institutions basically are structured in such a way that the interest rates are charged above the inflation rate. In US, you have an inflation rate of about 1.2%, so they can charge a mortgage of about 2.5%. In the UK, the same thing. Their inflation rate 1%, they can charge a mortgage of about 2.8%. South Africa, inflation 3.3%, they can charge mortgages about 7%, which are single digit. They make sense. In Nigeria, our inflation rate, official inflation rate is about 13 points as at, this is not current inflation rate anyway. Average inflation rate over the last, let's say 3-4 years, 13.2%. The mortgage interest rate varies between 15 and 25%. Now, how do individuals meet up with this sort of requirement? Because if you're taking a loan, it means that in 15 years you pay times 3 of that loan. With this in particular, if we take 20%, for instance. So the mortgage institutions are only just reacting based on the macroeconomic realities of the economy. If we have an economy where the inflation rate is quite low, the mortgage institutions can do better. Thank you. Next slide, please. So what are some of the advantages of the rent-to-own model? One of the key advantages is that you can have immediate possession of the home. So sometimes what you find in mortgage is that you pay up to a certain extent before you're able to move into your home. But with the rent-to-own model, you can move into your home immediately. You don't have to wait to make certain payment before you move in. Families without strong strong balance sheets can also access rent-to-own. Like I said, it's quite different from the mortgage. Mortgage is good, but in certain contexts where the balance sheet is not strong enough, rent-to-own offers better benefits. Rent-to-own can allow a person to begin building equity in a home. So immediately you move into the home, the payment you are making in form of rent start becoming an equity that you are paying for your home. But it's not automatic. We can enhance the rent-to-own. Next slide, please. We can enhance the rent-to-own model in a bit more creative way. It can be better if certain building blocks are in place. One is that there needs to be a robust legal and regulatory framework so that, estate developers do not exploit people through the house-to-house, rent-to-own model. So a proper regulatory framework needs to be in place. The judicial system needs to be very functional. This cannot be overemphasized. The populace also need to be well knowledgeable about these different approaches and the models. The financial market needs to deepen. These are long-term, but these are things we need to think about and continue pushing for. And then it's also very important that there is long-term macroeconomic stability. So why is all this important? Next slide, please. Why is it very important for us to tackle this challenge? Again, the rent-to-own model really has a potential, like I said, particularly in the context where we find ourselves. But why it's important is that, apologies for the charts, but I just really wanted to show a trend. If you look at this chart, the red line is the real estate GDP. So we can call it the shelter GDP. Whereas the blue line is the GDP of the Nigerian economy. What you will find is that the shelter GDP moves in the same direction of the GDP of the economy. So what that tells you is that productivity is heavily linked to shelter provision. There's been a lot of arguments about, is it the economy that boosts shelter, or is it the shelter that boosts productivity? My thesis is that they are mutually reinforcing. So when you have shelter, it increases economic productivity, and as economic productivity picks up, it also feeds back into shelter provision. So it's very important that we tackle this challenge and we tackle it urgently. Next slide. So I'll just conclude by saying that ensuring that we have affordable homes, ensuring that shelter is provided is a collective responsibility. There is a national emergency and we must rise up to the challenge. In the next couple of decades, posterity will judge us on the role we play. And I pray that when they judge us, that we are the right side of history. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a nice lecture. I've understood where we stand in Nigeria on productivity. Before we head over to the next lecture, we have about 2 minutes for them to log on online. The topic for that paper will be traffic and transportation design for new town mouse housing delivery in Edo State. And this will be taken by TPL Soledotun Yusuf, streaming online. Okay, they started. Okay, so 30 minutes. Can we hear them? Media.
present moment, we are still in still same situation. Now, this is obvious. The gap between the housing supply and the housing demand is visible to the blind and very audible to the deaf. Two, it can still never be affordable by everyone. That is the known fact. Whichever investment, whichever contracted effort you have invested in making house housing amongst other basic needs. Because the last speaker once said, if all of us have not been well housed, coming or gracing this particular occasion, it would not be in our priority list. I want to believe every one of us have a shelter under where we daily rest our heads. May I let you know that oftentimes many people misconstrue what housing is to be a cubic form, an envelope where we can just lay our heads and go by our daily activities. But I must say, from past experiences and from studies, we are made to understand that housing encompasses further than that, irrespective of whatever shape, whatever location it is. Now, whatever there are services that have been rendered by the word housing. Hello. Hello.
Go on, sir. We can hear you.
Go on. Housing as an entity cannot be underscored. Oftentimes, there is a need for us to understand that hello. Hello.
We can hear you online, sir.
And the marriage between housing and transport/traffic is a union straight from heaven. We can't talk about housing and we leave out traffic or transportation, because by the time you agglomerate persons of different trades in a particular enclave, there will be a need for push factor from that, so they will need to commute roundabout. So the need for us to take care of traffic and as well as transportation while we're talking about housing delivery is a very, very important one. So oftentimes, states and federal government are done their best, and they are still doing their best, and they can still do their best. Now, from my initial assertion, we say housing for all. A typical man will say government's responsibility is to provide basic needs and services for its citizens. I must tell you the fact that despite government efforts to providing affordable housing, their efforts are being promoted by private sector, whom I believe should get some leverage, because there are banners, there are buildings flying around from private developers with the bid of and getting people enlisted to become a landowner and house owner. May I tell you that the housing can be described as a bundle of services garnered to or via a cubic form structure. Now, may I say, an housing is not complete where you will need to travel miles to excrete or get yourself baited. An housing is not complete when weather elements suffices and you are left under the harsh weather condition. An housing is not complete when leisure seems to be an alien. An housing is not complete when your social prestige is being threatened. An housing is not complete when you can't form as a form of collateral. Then then is Newtown. Lagos State, where I reside, where I work, at the best practice Newtown from the idea of the Newtown in Lagos State, where a particular agency was created under the purview of Ministry of Fiscal Planning and Lands Bureau. Their basic responsibility is to look inward into this rural area, barge some portion of land and design it and design a scheme a very affordable site and services scheme. I could mention amongst arrays of schemes that are present here in their project. And the essence of New Town Development Strategy was conceived as the need to break the rural urban drift. Oftentimes, we find that the drift from rural to area in search of greener pastures, housing, affordable housing, and to test the goodness of the city accounted for the need to design a strategy called New Town Development, where certain developments that they enjoy in the city are brought closer to people. I'm trying to off my mic, my camera. The facilities that they enjoy in the city are brought closer to people that are in the rural dwelling, so that it will reduce the way at which the population from the rural area are drifting towards the urban setting. Now, we can but reference the Malthusian theory, which is the population of urban area will continue to increase in a geometric form, while the resources to taking care of them will be growing in an arithmetic form. So the need to address this issue accounting for new town development. Next slide. So I'm finding out to move to the next slide. If the host can help me. Please, host, can you help me move to the next slide? Host, please help me move to the next slide. Hello. 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 Is anyone there? Please, I need the host to help me move to the next slide so that I will carry along the audience. Host, please let me move to the next slide so that I will carry along the audience. Host, please let me move to the next slide.
Not using the
It's not moving from where I am here, so I'm All right. Since I can't move. I still not understand this. All right, if I can't move to new, let me just go ahead with the benefits of new town development strategy. Number one, it reduces rural urban drift, as I've earlier said. And the second point is that it addresses the need to open the fringe areas. There are land areas that are lying fallow and need to be opened up very close to the rural that will reduce urban drift. So the need to open up these fringe areas accounting for the need to define new town development. Now, they need to balance the regional resources to enable even distribution of development. Oftentimes, there will be discrepancies as the ownership status of these classes of road. But you and I know that the access roads are purely maintained, constructed by these private estate development. So, which is why the classes of roads are very, very important. Now, let me take you to the network of road distribution that are best practices and are working. They include, I wish I can share my slides so that we have graphical presentation of what I'm going to present will look like. And the network type of road include number one is the regionalized, four
You can click on
varying road network type. This particular road network type is the simplest amongst all for to be cumbersome because it accounted for high traffic volume. So equal to the fact there is a need for you to connect a node to get to another node, and there is a need for you to connect. For adventure, you have about 4 nodes or 5 nodes. You can't connect the adjoining one except you connect the next one. So oftentimes there are oftentimes gridlock caused by this particular road network type. Now the second one is the center-oriented road network type. So this particular road network seems to be best practice in most of the estates I have seen, I have designed particularly, because it allows you to move freely instead of you connecting a particular node to get another node. So you can connect whichever node from where you are. Now let me just, because of our time, let me just run through the other node. We have the circuit network road type, we have the branch network road type, and we have the branching circulatory road type. Someone will ask, what then is the importance of housing? What then is the importance of housing? Other speakers have dwelt more on the statistics of the demand and the supply. Now the need for us to know the importance of housing to include, number one is upper protection, as I've already said. Housing is not complete when you are exposed to harsh weather elements, sun, wind, and every other form. Housing is not complete when your personal prestige is being threatened. So number one of the importance of housing is that it provides man. Number two is that it provides a symbol of prestige, as I've already said. Number three, in our society, we are judged by what we have. If you don't have a house, the social prestige is being threatened. And number four, studies and experiences have shown that ownership and owning of housing is a form of investment, which is why most of the houses, properties form a good source of collateral to banks and to investment companies. The other point is it has helped countries to save their resources. They look at where they can store their resources. They found that the best way to go into mass housing, where their assets are are lying there without being threatened. The other point is that housing will stand as a form of security. I said that. Now, we can't shy away from the fact that the need to providing housing for the poor, for the masses, for the citizenry are oftentimes threatened. These are the reason why we come to the fact that causes of housing problem. What are the causes of housing problem? It may interest you to know that this particular drift that we're trying to address, if not timely addressed, will cause rural urban migration that will affect all the infrastructure that has been provided in the urban area. Thank you very much. I think my slide is going on. Number two causes of housing problem is that increases population. There have been exerted pressure on the existing infrastructure in the urban area. So the need to address this particular pressure accounted for the need for latent housing strategy. It seems to be working. In Lagos, where I am, it's working perfectly. All you just need to do is walk into the NTDA office, domiciled at Ikeja. Walk in there, ask for their schemes that are the one that are closer to your place of work, and they give you all the necessary information that you need to know, the cost and every other thing. Now, other problems of other causes of housing problem is economic recession, and that indeed hinder housing supply in terms of cost of materials, in terms of accessibility of these materials for building. The other problem are mortgage, the problem of accessing mortgage facilities. Until recently, that they were enlisted into the mortgage scheme, I knew that many opportunities are shying away that people or the citizenry are not aware of. So the need for the citizenry to be educated on the need for them to access mortgage facilities. Oftentimes they might not be affordable, oftentimes they are cumbersome, oftentimes they may take long to process, but the fact remains that the opportunities are just there lying. The other causes of housing problem is high cost of building materials. This particular point has indeed raised eyebrows amongst the professionals and the artisans on site, where an artisan will be justly for increase in service time, because of the fact that they are laying their claim on the fact that material costs are skyrocketed, so the need for them, for their fees or their wages to be advanced as well, had made housing problem to be visible. The other point of housing problem that causes the high planning standard by planning authorities. Wow. Oftentimes, many people shy away from even owning a house. They prefer rentals because of the cumbersome nature of registering your title, registering your land, registering your property. So some people have been left off the need to own a house. Now, may we now categorize these problems that I have earlier mentioned under one umbrella, under different umbrella. For one, we have the qualitative housing problem. He's talking about the quality of the houses that are being produced. Here and there, we hear about housing collapse. Why? Because they are built with defective materials. And the need for the developers to others are psychological housing problem, socio-cultural housing problem. Now, may we suggest solutions to this housing problem? This will corroborate the efforts of past presenters so that Edo State being a case study will best practice some of these solutions that I was suggesting. Number one, land should be made available to view. let me take a cue from a discourse I had with one of my clients who happens to be an Ebelite. He's not based in there. So by the time I gave him all the charges fees to pay for his documentation, he screamed while we were having our conversation. I asked him why the exclamation. He said, back there over in the Edo State, all you just need to do is pay a certain amount and come back for your titles. I was like, well, it is not alien where you have agglomeration of people. You have more people jostling for a few space. Jostling for only few space. Such is bound. And other, let me just run through because I have few time. Other suggested solution are financial institutions should be made accessible to will be person who is willing and are able to apply. Similarly, related to the above is the stringent any condition to remove, if not relaxed. You need to introduce and encourage use of local building materials. You need to introduction of planning scheme like what we are trying to do, introducing site and services and new town development. When the reason for establishing new town, number one is to remedy the problem that arose from the overgrowth of cities. Now, if we don't take a proactive measure to reducing the population concentration on urban areas, we are going nowhere. Number two reason for the creation of new town strategy is to prevent the population of rural settings. We need them, they need us. The rural dwellers need us. The city dwellers need the rural dwellers. So there's a need for it to be interwoven. So the need for new town development suffices. Lastly, the sites for location of new towns should be the need for the certain consideration for the new town development include the need for microculture, good drainage conditions. The town center should be visible and highly accessible by all. It should have a recreation pass. Because as I already said, housing is not complete when the leisure or the means of relaxation are absent. It should have a good transport system. It is part of the requirement when you're designing a layout or an estate or a scheme to produce the classes of goods. The drainage, it could be a covered drainage system which will form as a walkway so that oncoming vehicles, people are passing by. And the road should be well landscaped. So this will bring the sense of belongingness to the dwellers in the system. It should have a commercial area. So these are part of the requirements while you are designing the new town. It should have a good topographical setting. The need for the designing undulating not really acceptable. The availability of water amongst others. But as I said, housing is not complete. When certain factors, certain key elements that man needs are absent. In conclusion, mass housing is a multi-storied apartment type of housing which caters for the teeming population. You and I know that the government of the day, be it federal and state, some selected states, have tried their possible best. And these efforts are being corroborated by private developers who should also get a round of applause, if not being the being subjected to some tax holiday. May I add injunction? Thank you. For this opportunity. Thank you for listening.
We'll be going to the next presentation. After that presentation, we have about 2 papers more before we have our panel discussion. Is Nabil online? Can I go on? Is he online? Okay, we should put online. Okay, Nabil discussion paper or presentation is low cost housing technology. Hello, Nabil, can you hear me? Hello, Nabil.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, how are you?
Fine. Should I
Okay, you
start
can
the
go on.
presentation?
Go on with your presentation.
All right. Can everyone see my screen? All right, perfect. Right. So, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be invited to this conference. I wanted to share more about our story of how we started working on the Affordable Housing Challenge. And we started off as researchers because we felt that there was a huge gap where the construction technology in the past 100 or so years has been pretty much the same. Whereas in other areas, we saw that its technology has helped create so many more solutions and helped create a better quality of life for so many people. But housing was one area that we were lacking. So, with our experience and our expertise in civil engineering and project management, we started off with this research project where the vision was to sort of make housing more affordable and accessible for everyone. But at the same time, looking at the scale of the challenge, we figured that it would need to be very cost effective, but yes, but also very quick to set up because there are 1.6 billion people around the world today that lack adequate housing. And at the same time, we saw that 40% of global carbon emissions were in fact coming from buildings that we live in. So, how do we go about and make this a solution where, yes, it's affordable for everyone, but at the same time sustainable and doesn't harm the planet? So, that was something we were working on, and the idea has always been to collaborate with many stakeholders. We're just solving one part of the problem, but the true solution would be to come together and work on this together. So just to give you some reference regarding why sustainable houses are even more important is because this map, this was proposed by NASA. It shows the daily average temperatures in the year 2100, and as you can see from the map, most parts of Middle East and North Africa would be crossing 50 degrees Celsius for every day, given the tent. And we've seen that the heat waves and their intensity keeps increasing, and the homes become very uncomfortable to live in Pakistan, where we're based, a lot of people normally tend to live in concrete homes, and especially for low-income sectors, we've noticed that these people end up sleeping on the roof because, first of all, they cannot afford air conditioning; it's very expensive, and then the homes are just too hot, even at night, to stay inside. So they end up sleeping on the So that's something that we wanted to change because quality of living and dignified living can only come if you have homes that are more habitable inside. So that was one major challenge, but we also figured that a house on its own is not enough. You need access to electricity, you need clean drinking water, and now you even need internet and proper waste management with every house to make it something that would actually contribute to economic growth of that family. So these were also some challenges that we were initially thinking about. Hence, the sort of moonshot idea was to make housing affordable, but also very scalable, quick to set up, have minimal impact on the environment, and then also have that sort of design flexibility because we would have to cater it to different environments depending on their climate. So this is one of the projects we came up with. So the prototype that we developed could be set up within a day, and it was very cost effective. But this is what the homes look like. Can you see the slides change? You can't see the presentation. All right, sorry. I'll just, my bad. Is it changing now? Now?
You are not sharing screen, sir.
Is it showing now? Now?
Okay, now. Yes, it's
All right,
showing now.
perfect. Okay. Right. So, yeah, I was just sharing statistics, so we haven't really missed out a lot. But this is the map from NASA that I was talking about. It shows that this entire region of North Africa, Middle East, the daily average temperatures are going to become inhabitable. And we need to design homes in a very climate smart fashion. And then we also need clean drinking water and electricity to really solve the challenge. So this is a video that I was showing of some of the homes that we've built. This is a net zero housing community, completely self-sustainable. These are small 2-bedroom homes. And we've localized this for the sort of architectural context of Pakistan. So it's a 2-bedroom, comes with a kitchen, lounge, and some wind ports. And that really helps reduce temperature inside. Also, all the walls and roofs are really well insulated. So this is a $9,000 home. Right, so this home is designed for low-income families that live close to the cities, and then we partner with mortgage companies to provide them affordable mortgages. So what we've really achieved well is that we've lowered the cost of construction, which is 60 to 70% of the total price of the home. So if you reduce that, it becomes a lot more affordable, and then when you couple that with mortgage solutions, it becomes even more affordable. So that's a key element, but also it's very important that we have that quick assembly time, given the scale of the challenge and how many homes we need to build. We've been able to bring the assembly time down to 1 day. This is without the finishes, and then the finishes take around a week, which is typical for every home. And the lifespan is comparable to, in fact, conventional housing. And it's a very DIY design, so it's very easy to built anywhere. We've done some projects in very difficult remote locations without even proper roads or the requirement for cranes. So it's really something that's flexible in that sense and can be built anywhere. Then there are more features of the home, typically features that every home should have. The homes conform with international building codes. They provide fire and earthquake safety, but they're also flat packed and can be relocated if needed. Um, it's very low in carbon, these homes, and very energy efficient. So once you walk within, once you walk inside the homes, you would feel the temperature difference of 10 to 15 degrees Celsius on a hot summer day, which makes a lot of impact for these families that tend to move in. So this sort of makes the scalability very, very feasible, because we can ship a lot of units together, whether that's domestically transported or across borders. It just makes it very economical and quick to ship this way. Moreover, we have the Edge Advanced certification for the homes you just saw. We're seeing 49% energy savings. This is without solar. Once we add solar, it goes up to 96% in energy savings. So it's extremely energy efficient in that sense. And with this sort of price, we're able to offer 48% water savings and 62% embodied carbon saved in this project because we had to use some of the red bricks. However, in other projects, we're able to see 90% less embodied energy and materials. So in terms of the design, we also focus on the sort of natural ventilation because we're not depending on air conditioning. So we carry out these wind studies to make sure we have the most optimized solution. So it sort of becomes like this passive design where the air is circulated and the homes stay cool without any artificial cooling. And then for the water and electricity part of it, we couple these homes with off-grid solutions. So for water, it could be reverse osmosis using groundwater or using solar distillation. It could also be done through seawater. So you would be recycling already available water and making it drinkable as well. For energy, you can similarly apply solar panels with the homes, and that's something we provide within the mortgage. So that sort of lowers the cost of solar for the end consumer. But there are also options where we can offer wind power. Right. So with the cost of land included, these sort of homes, now these are placed in one of Pakistan's most expensive cities, Karachi. So the cost is very affordable. Typically, bottom 20% of the income pyramid can afford this. So the total price is $15,000, but with the mortgage, it goes down to around $73 per month. So it becomes very affordable. And it's a 20-year tenor at 5%. So a lot of people say that, yes, the homes are cost-effective, but they're really small. What happens if the family grows? And for that reason, we sort of made this design very incremental in the sense that they can add more rooms vertically or horizontally. So it's a very modular design. They can build on the roof. They can add from one small room to the entire house can be extended upwards. Housing mentioned that we provide better water facilities, better sanitation, better access to power and energy. So it's something that really contributes to at least 9 UN Sustainable Development Goals, and so much social impact, environmental impact can be done with climate smart homes and net zero housing projects. So it's something really that we feel we should be looking at. It also opens up opportunities for carbon offsets and carbon trading, international markets, which can further subsidize the cost of homes. in Africa. This is my contact. If anyone wants to reach out, please feel free. Would be happy to answer any if there's time left. Thank you.
For the panel discussion, we have two more papers to go by. After the two papers, then we have the discussion online. That's where all the questions will be asked.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you properly.
I said you have to stay online. That the next two papers is going to come up now. We are having the discussion after the two papers has been taken. So I'm going to put
If
on
you
the
send
next.
that in the chat, I can't understand. It's a bit far.
Okay. I said you have to stay online for the panel discussion. We have two more papers to go.
All right. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we have. Okay. I have ready for me now to deliver his paper, Mr. Wodo. He's going to be talking or giving his paper presentation on the role of surveyors in providing affordable and sustainable housing. Can you give a round of applause for him?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the protocol already established. Okay, like she rightfully said, my name is Surveyor Modo Geoffrey Obonna. I'm to speak on the role of a surveyor, stroke geomatics engineer, in providing sustainable and affordable housing. Please, the slide. Okay, no slide. At first, we should ask ourselves, what is affordable housing and sustainability? But before I go into that, I would like to go through some quotes, which I have here. These quotes will come into play in the course of our lecture. This one is from Socrates, as early as 450 BC. And he said, man must rise above the earth, to the top of the atmosphere and beyond. For only then will he fully understand the world in which he lives. And believe me that today, man has actually risen on top of the world. From the launch of Sputnik, which is a satellite by Russia in 1958, man has actually risen. Man rose to the top of the atmosphere, and man has now gotten better view of the earth. Another one says, the earth was small, light blue, and so touchingly alone. Our home that must be defended like a holy relic. The earth was absolutely round. I believe I never knew what the word round meant until I saw the earth from space. This is from Alexei Linov, the first woman to conduct extravehicular activity. I have another quote from Chukwu, 2016. There cannot be development without surveying and mapping, whether on the surface, under the surface, or in water. That information about the location must be known, and if you attempt to develop without surveying and mapping, you are like a blind man moving in the bush, trying to find a way. The last quote. Earth provides enough to satisfy every man's need, but not every man's greed. This is from Grandy. Slide now. He's on the slides. Yes, okay. No, it's okay. What is sustainability? What is sustainability? Sustainability or sustainable development means meeting the needs of the present without compromising with the ability of future generations to meet their own need. What is sustainable housing? Sustainable housing is ensuring that there is roof for everybody, for all. Ensuring that housing is more eco-efficient. Ensuring housing is well located to improve locational amenity. It refers not only to the development of building, but also layout of housing areas. Affordable housing is housing which is reasonably adequate in standard and location for a lower or middle income household. This is from Disney, 2007. We'll now ask ourselves, who is a surveyor? Who is a surveyor or a geomatics engineer? These words are used interchangeably. In fact, there has been a problem of nomenclature when you mention the word surveyor. Some will say land surveyor. In the University of Nigeria, the department was formerly known as Land Surveying, Photogrammetry, Geodesy, and Remote Sensing. The name was too long. If you say a land surveyor, you have not captured what the surveyor is, because the surveyor is ubiquitous. He is everywhere. He is indispensable to the modern way of life now. So we cannot say, so the problem, this led to the name geomatics. Geomatics now tries to capture the peculiarities, the different areas which a surveyor is. At times when people say a surveyor or land surveyor, I said no, because they are in water, they are in air, they are under the ground, they are everywhere. Engineering. So the modern surveyor is everywhere. So that is why we are using, for the purpose of this lecture, we are going to use surveying and geomatics, or geomatics engineering, interchangeably. Surveyors are the geospatial experts saddled with the responsibility of providing the accurate geospatial information required in rural and urban development. It is always said that surveying is the bedrock of any meaningful development. Before there can be any development, there must be a surveyor. No engineering work can be started without a surveyor. No housing can be started without a surveyor. Preparing a map or a map of the area showing the topographic details. The precise position of all engineering works like roads, bridges, buildings, transport systems, canals, dams, requires a geomatics engineering map prepared by a surveyor. We have different fields in surveying. We have engineering surveying, we have control surveying, we have photogrammetry, we have remote sensing, we have GIS, we have geodesy, mining, hydrographic surveying. I will not go into the details, but we are concerned with the role of surveyors in affordable housing. Surveyors have always played a key role in urban planning, responsible for data collection and for the management of different design and engineering plans, such as transportation, water system, and power system plans. A surveyor is the pointer to sustainable housing because land is the crust upon which it's come up now. Okay. A surveyor is the pointer to sustainable housing because land is the crust upon which sustainable housing thrives. We cannot be talking about housing without talking about land, because you cannot put something on nothing. So the first point of call is the surveyor, who will point the land, who will say this land is viable. This land is a good land. This land is not good. At times, people have neglected surveyors and they have themselves to blame. Recently, if you go to University of Benin, some persons bought Uniben land for housing. A woman says she borrowed money from Lapo. She borrowed and she was crying because Uniben moved to recover their land. This is because she ignored the services of a surveyor who would have said, Madam, this land is not good. This land is not viable. This land is not good for housing. A lot of houses there, and they have lost their money because it's government land. So it's always good to consult a surveyor who will tell you this land is good or this land is not good. Please, next slide. Okay, we have passed this place, please. Okay, go to role of a surveyor. There is this role, yes. Surveyors provide cadastral maps showing shape, size, and location of land. That's what they do. You cannot get any other person that will do it, that will give you the shape, size, and location of land, except a surveyor, no other person. Surveyors carry out different types of detailed research to solve environmental problems. Surveyors stand as expert witness or an advisor in cases of litigation. They are involved in setting out, even when the house is prepared. Who sets it out on the ground is still a surveyor. Surveyors are also involved, next slide please. Surveyors are also involved in monitoring the environment, monitoring the housing estates. Over time, we will see that buildings are collapsing on daily basis. Daily basis buildings collapse. These buildings are collapsing because monitoring is not being done on these structures. Let's look at the key areas of a surveyor in affordable housing. We have development design, project management, land administration, and monitoring. Next slide. Here is, we took it one after the other. Development design. A surveyor is the first point of contact that a developer has to call. Surveyors have basic knowledge of water drainage, design and geotechnical aspects, hazard identification and site analysis, town planning, and planning policies. They have knowledge of sustainability. They also have knowledge of law. This places them in a unique position which allows them to identify the best use and development of a site and places them in the best position to act as the leaders of any form of development. Like I said before, if you ignore a surveyor, you will not do anything on housing because you cannot get a viable land. You will end up regretting why you started it. I watched a clip this morning where a man was lamenting that Oba's land in Kenwa Road, opposite barracks. People have built mansions on the land. Oba is moving to recover the land. So what happens? Those people, they have lost their money. It's good you conduct a surveyor who will carry out appropriate search before you can get the land, before you can even think of housing. Project management. Surveyors take a more senior and integrated approach to land development and management. By this, I mean that surveyors need to become project managers from the onset of a development as part of the initial planning and design team. Aspects such as road orientation, size, landscaping, house design, water and energy need to be considered for sustainability. There are setbacks. You don't just come and start building. There are setbacks you give from the road. You give setbacks from power line. You give setbacks from electricity line, from pipeline. At times, people will go and build on that pipeline, on that power line. because they did not consult the professional. They did not give setback. Tomorrow, government will move in. This is where road is supposed to pass. This is where drainage will pass. And they end up destroying the properties. Land administration. Surveyors are the creators and keepers of the cadastre. Cadastre is a register. In order to make good planning, decisions for sustainable development, the authorities need access to accurate and relevant information. GIS is one of the tools that the impacts of development do not, that will ensure that the impact of development do not have detrimental effects on the environment. Because if you don't have access to this information, how will you administer land? How will you carry out to ensure that the environment or housing is sustainable? How do you preserve the future? Make it affordable for everybody? You must have proper land administration, have proper records. This is government land. This is Oba's land. This is land marked for purposes, for these purposes or one thing or the other. This is land for schools. This is land for housing. Because if you ignore all these things, you must regret it. You must get a land that will give you trouble. My prayer is that you don't get a land that will give you trouble. But if you ignore a surveyor, because we also always say, God forbid, God forbid. But God has done it that we have professionals who will advise you, who will guide you towards getting a viable and good land, virgin land that is not encumbered. Monitoring. In project management, it has been said that the last day of the project becomes the one for the occupants. Surveyors are privileged with a unique set of tools and knowledge which gives them a professional responsibility to not only their clients and the community, but to the environment as well. All these structures that will have bridges, roads, houses, they don't last forever. They are man-made structures. And the way we monitor our health, the way we monitor, because the earth itself is like a human being. It's moving. People that have seen earth from outside are testifying that the earth is breathing. Because it's moving, the things inside it are also moving. But you will not be able to notice the movement because it's very small. And because we are inside it, we are experiencing relative motion. It's relative. But when you're outside, you can appreciate that the earth is moving. It's like a human being is breathing. Because of that, this earth needs to be monitored. We are lucky that we are not in tectonic areas where earthquake and tsunami and others occur. We are not in plate regions. We are lucky. If not, we see the need that we monitor our environments much more than every other thing. These days, before earthquake happens, they will issue early warning signs because people are monitoring the environment. Buildings are collapsing. If we monitor these buildings, before it collapses, we issue warning signs. Tell people this building is going to collapse. Move, move. But nobody is doing monitoring. People ignore all these things, and we see problems in housing. We see problems in land acquisition. We see problems because people have ignored the right persons they should contact. Okay, next slide. Surveyors, as a leading professional in land, must commit themselves to, 1, developing and implementing strategies to deliver environmentally sustainable outcomes. 2, embrace best practices to achieve sustainability. 3, supporting and promoting education for best practices in sustainable development. And facilitating and promoting collaboration between clients, councils, consultants, and communities to achieve mutually beneficial outcome. Supporting the collection and responsible use of scientific and technical information that will lead to informed decision making. Next slide. Okay, this is a picture of a surveyor at work. The instrument there is a total station instrument. Next one, please. These are pictures. This is automatic level. The next one there is drone. It's also a surveying instrument, unmanned aerial vehicle, which you can use to assess places that you cannot access. You can just send the drone, it will map the place very fast, especially where you cannot, maybe you want to map Sambisa Forest where people cannot access. You don't go there, you use drone, which is not manned by anybody. That is the UAV there, unmanned aerial vehicle. It will go there, carry out all the activities there, and you sit down and plan. Because everything about housing is get land, a viable land, sit down, plan it, set it out on the ground the way it's supposed to be, ensuring that there are amenities that is for all. The amenities are for everybody, whether the low income, whether the high income, everybody must get it affordable. And the sustainability we must preserve for the future. Without a surveyor, you cannot preserve for the future. Without a surveyor, you're like a blind man roaming around. Without surveying, we cannot even arrive where we are today, because if you don't know where you are, you cannot get to another place. If you don't know where the rain starts beating you, you don't know where it will stop. So, ladies and gentlemen, please, to avoid stories, to avoid regrets, when you think land, when you think housing, when you think development, think of a surveyor, think of a geomatics engineer who will guide you, who will advise you properly to make sure that the land is viable, to make sure that the developments are sited, are located where it's supposed to be. Because our duty is to position. We get inside, we position. Because everybody, every property, every land has coordinates that is unique to them, just like your fingerprints. With the coordinates, we can know the position. For example, you want to get a land, you want to conduct a search, the surveyor goes to the place, get the coordinate of the property, and then take it to the ministry or to Edo GIS, as the case may be, and then chart it. Know where it will fall. Because all the government acquisition, all the government land has been delineated. Government land has been delineated, all bad land, other properties, even people's individual land. So that you don't get a property that is encumbered. I've seen clients a lot that when I say, okay, conduct a search, they say, no, there is no money for that. They go ahead, purchase a property. In the course of developing or building, they will now see that the land is a problem land. No way out, because the money they paid is long gone. Some years ago, like 2 years ago, a client came. He's a doctor, but he's into real estate. He acquired the property, 200 plots. I said, before you commence, do proper search. He said, no. He said, the land is okay. It's genuine. Do you know what happened? After he paid, and in fact, because I have interest in the property, because part of the agreement is that I will have some land for my services. What I did is I had to conduct the search myself so that I will not end up suffering for nothing or doing work for nothing. When I did that search, that land is from another person. The land is for, in fact, to get the money back was serious trouble. But I didn't carry out any services. I would have been in the mess also. So this is to emphasize that the services of a surveyor cannot be ignored in housing, sustainable housing. Conclusion. Surveyors are involved in planning the construction of everything from skyscrapers, shopping centers, football stadiums, to simple home extensions. The consequences of not using the service of experts in surveying and geospatial engineering will lead to loss of time and money, land disputes, urban chaos, and unsustainable urban milieu. It is imperative that appropriate professionals are used in all developmental activities. It is also imperative that all professionals collaborate. The architects, the surveyors, the lawyers, the estate valuers, the town planners, they are all very key. They are key professionals in sustainable and affordable housing. One should not ignore the other for sustainability and affordability. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Surveyor Jeffrey. That was an exciting, informative, and a fantastic delivery on the role of surveyors in granting and making us have affordable housing. Thank you so much. Thank you. The next person I want to call to the podium, he just sat down, is Professor Eigato Irigwe. I hope I'm right. He will be talking on the geomatics and surveying as a panacea for basic shelter development in Edo State.
You tried, but you need to go to more training to know how to pronounce the Benin name. My name is Ehigiato Iuge Raphael. Iuge Raphael, yes. That is the correct name. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I hope I can see the slide from here. Can you go the slide, please? I can see it from here. Yeah. I want to thank Jeff for the work he has just done. We are almost speaking from the same discipline, and it's one of those boys I rely on in my department, and he just immediately passed head of our department, and I handed over to him. So thank you, Mr. Jeff. Yeah. So we are looking at geomatics and surveying as a panacea for basic shelter development in Edo State. I'm going to mostly talk from a practical point of view. What I supposed to do as an investor in land in order to secure a good property and be able to build shelter as required. So can you go to the next slide, please? It's not playing? The first thing here is we're asking one simple question. What is surveying? Surveying is defined as the art and technology of relative positioning on surface of the earth or below it, as case may be. That is the simple definition of surveying. But in the recent past, there have been improvement in method of data acquisition, and that led to what we call today geomatics. In the University of Benin, we call it geomatics. Some call it surveying and geoinformatics. If you leave this country, they call it geomatics engineering. So that one has to be. That one was based on improvement on how data can be collected. It is. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes. It is based on the method of data acquisition, storage, analysis of geospatially reference data. Because when you acquire data, you process and store. In the future, you have access to it for planning and other purposes. For example, if I acquire a land of 100 by 100, and you want, no, let me say 10 plot, for example, you want to do planning with it, maybe layout. What I just do is, when I do the survey, in the digital form, I will send it to a town planner. Based on that, he can work on it digitally and send back to me digitally for to lay it on survey it. But when it was surveying, it was everything on hard copies. You have a layout, you go and give it to a town planner who will design it and bring back to you. You have to go and extract coordinate manually. No, these days it's no longer so. It is now digital. You can equally give the same data to architect, and he will design and give you proper design based on what information you have on the ground, digitally and seamlessly. Go ahead. Yeah, this is one of the instruments I just showed it. This is one of the instruments they call total station now that you can use. You can acquire data with it. You can store it. You can process there, download to AutoCAD and whatever. Go ahead. Let me find because the slide is a little bit long. Then the role of surveyor in urban settlement. Go ahead, please. I can't see it from here. Let me use my phone here. Yeah. Next slide. One of the method of land acquisition. The first thing is, if I want to acquire land, the first thing is to search for that land. In that method, we call it a recce. Recce is a process of trying to know what you want. We go and do recce. Then, if the site is good for you, for example, we're talking of urban settlement, a large parcel of land. It's not a small land, it's not 100 by 100 or 1 by 2. Maybe you have to develop an estate. You look for the available land, you visit the land. Then after visiting the land, you're supposed to negotiate with the community. How do you do recce? You can do recce these days by satellite imagery, but it's expensive. But Google is an option. Like the one we are doing recently for Association of Medical Doctors. We got a land at Onaro, opposite Nifo, for going to Owo. We had to search for that land, and through Google we got it, and we met the community, and we discussed, and we were able to acquire the land. I think construction is going on as we speak. Then after identifying the land, you visit, because sometimes Google Map will not give you exactly what's on the ground. In this case, we saw Google Map, the land was flat, smooth, very good. But when we go to the site exactly, we saw that there was a borrow pit behind the borrow pit, very close to the site. So it became an issue for us. But Google Map did not show that deficiency. Then when you negotiate with the community and they agree and payment is made, the next thing you are going to agreement, everything, you have to do everything signed by a lawyer, okay, maybe. The next thing is now you do the perimeter survey. What is perimeter survey? To actually know what the area is. If I'm looking for 40 hectares, if I map it out, if I do the perimeter survey, will I get that 40 meters that I need? So that is essence of perimeter survey. And the instruments, some of the instruments that is available to us to do perimeter survey these days include, but not limited to, this total station. Go to the next slide, total station, where you can measure the angle and distances around the plot after establishing the boundary. If you do use equipment with a good control, you will be able to determine the area of the plot you are looking for. I look for 40 hectares. If it's not enough, which you can add to it. If it's more, you can remove, such that you will not cheat the owners. The other equipment we can use is a GNSS satellite receiver. It's a global navigation satellite system, a dual frequency GNSS receiver. That is there. You can use it to do the survey. These are high precision equipment that will actually give you where the land, define the position of the land without mistake. Then another equipment that what people use these days, for example, is this equipment, handheld GNSS. If you are doing a survey doing good survey, anybody come to you with this equipment, tell him to go back, I don't want this equipment. Because I have a case now that I'm handling I go to court for this kind of job. We charted the job was in Ondo State. And it was just a mistake, because one small single error, like what they call it, satellite salability, can give you an error of that magnitude. But the owner of the land now is in trouble. Actually, he owns the land, but when I chart survey, and he did the survey long ago. And when we compare with good equipment, you discover that land was in Ondo State. So it is important that we should know. If you are doing any good paper survey, you will see somebody coming here with this toy. Tell him that Professor Garo say you should send him back to go and look good equipment that will not put into trouble. So that is it. So that equipment is done. And that equipment we can use is a LiDAR. LiDAR means light detection and ranging. So this is like a photogrammetry method, but it's expensive. And especially we are doing very research work that you need it. Very few companies in Nigeria has this LiDAR. It's good because even if there is a coverage, it can still give you, tell you how the land is on XYZ basis. But it's expensive. Shell, they might use this type of instrument for new pipeline. If they are going to do new pipeline, this is what they will use first. They will now know the terrain, don't know what it is, before you now say grand troop to carry out the survey. Next slide. Then my friend has talked about drone. I don't need to, that is a unmanned aerial vehicle and unmanned surface vehicle. There are two types. Unmanned aerial vehicle is drone that he has discussed. Unmanned surface vehicle is for water. That is it. So that one can equally do everything that the drone can do up, this one can do for water body. So the other equipment the other thing we are using now in the recent past, is called CORE. A CORE is called, the full name is Continuous Operating Reference Station. I think we have two in Benin here now. I have one, and Edo GS has one. The idea is that if I'm going to do any survey, I'll carry my GNSS receiver with me. It communicates with my receiver via internet. So it will give me precise position, the way it is. If you like, take it to anywhere in the world, it's that position. Provided is that internet communication between the instrument in the office and the one I'm taking outside. So we installed one in Benin last year. This year, 1 year ago, but it's expensive. But I need it to do my work properly. Like if you take me for a land disposal survey, I will carry my equipment. I will go. You will carry handheld GPS. When we get to court, I'll ask you a question. What's the accuracy of GPS the name you're using? It's not less than 10 meters. But this one is centimeter accuracy. So they are different. And the way they configure it is very, 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 very good. And we are already doing some research in the University of Benin. Go to the next one, please. It's an equipment we can use. So these are some of the. This is the core station in the office. You install this one in your office. The way it is, the top there is antenna. We have all the equipment listed there. We install in the office. Then we hold a rover. As you move, it communicates with you via internet. This is the one we installed in Benin here. It's working, and some people we are already using it to do proper survey. And with this one, with this equipment, if I want to do a layout of 100 plot, I will tell you that I will do it a day. You'll be surprised. What I don't need to do is to import the coordinate of the perimeter. But first of all, I'll give it to a town planner who will design after the perimeter. After designing the layout, he will give it to me digitally on AutoCAD or JSF file. I will import it into there's a data logger into a data logger. So as I move on site, when I get to that point, it will beep. I will drop my peg. I get to the next point, it will beep. I drop my peg. I drop my point. Within Chico or I, a plot of 100 hectares, maybe 1 day, 2 days, we are through. But if you use our conventional method of using a track station, I know that you have to set that angle, measure distance, it will take you hell of days. But with this one, no. This what I was talking about just now, the medical association resident doctor in Benin here, when we were doing the layout, I told them that I would do it one day. They say, Prof, is it not true that you are going to use? I said, no. You will see when we come. But around, it was, I think, about 40 plot. Yes. Around 12 o'clock, I called them that I was true. They said it's a joke. So we have drone. I brought drone and we flew it and sent it to them digitally. And they were surprised. How do you do it? I said, yes. This is equipment. This technology. It's expensive anyway. And when you have it, it's good. And some colleagues, I told my colleague, look, you just buy the rover. I will give you free access so that we can continue to do good job in our state. I've seen most of the time when we go for C of O, it's often rejected because the equipment when they now chart the position, it's falling in another place. I can see sometimes they'll be dragging in. It's wrong. But when you have this kind of technology, you don't need to bribe anybody to do C of O. Once you pick it to the point, it's there. It will not deviate. But if you use that tool I talked about, you can have, sometimes you can get an accuracy of 5 meters, but based on some factors which are associated with GNSS receiver, you might end up not, getting the actual position you are surveying. So this is when we try to install the core station. These are some of the processes that we use. The next one. So this is a accurate specification for the core station. Next one. Next slide. Now we have this circle we are seeing here is we have installed this core station in some state in Nigeria. This one in green on the left is Lagos. We have in Osun. We have in Edo now. We have we are proposing for Warri. We have in Umahia. We are proposing for Asaba and Warri. This circle means that this instrument you can get information from it, accuracy of information from it for about 70 kilometers. So people in Warri that have this thing, they get this signal from me, from my office, and they're doing it very well. Just stay here, you just speak. If we tell you that he has fees, you will know that he has fees. So we are proposing for Asaba and Warri. I think we are all trying to go to Enugu so that we can cover. Yes. Yeah. So go ahead. Yeah, this is coverage for Edo. Because this is map of Edo State. So we still need one around Auchi. So if you have money we can put one in Auchi Polytechnic, provide there's light, 24 hours light. Because what I did in my office is that I have inverter, I have solar. So it provides power for the equipment 24 hours. So I can even sit down as we here and I can look at the equipment, whether it is working or not. I will know. If it's not working, I'll call my boy in the office, check. It's not streaming. I will know. Apart from using it on RTK and can you use it on static? If there's fire controls, it's very good. If my friend, they will call me. They say, Prof, I have to do a observation tomorrow in Port Harcourt. From so time to so time. I say, okay, I will go there. I will. After that, maybe from 8 o'clock to maybe 4, I will download the data. I will send to them. They will process and fix the position. I was doing the job recently for Shell in Obotobo. They observe they have an issue with processing. I told them, send me your data. They sent it to me. I also fix them right from beneath here. I guess that's the coordinate, that's the position of where you are. When Shell finally came with their own result, we had the same. Pro, do you have call? I said, yes, I have. So that's it. Go ahead. So go ahead. I've said about this. Now, certificate of occupancy. Certificate of occupancy is one of the two we need to actually own a property, especially when it is a very large one, even if it's an individual one. Because, for example, this one we are talking about now, this resident doctor is okay. Thank you. So you need this one to access loan for the purpose of development. So I have the one. So let me go faster. This is a laser scanner. Laser scanner is another equipment we can use, but not for perimeter survey. It will scan like this place now. It is. I can use the laser scanner. I will scan this place. I will now do references and put it together. The picture of everybody as you are sitting, you will see it live. You will identify that this is you. Now go ahead, please. Now this is some of the images from the laser scanner. Go ahead. Get one thing I want to talk about. If I will go. Then Jeff has talked about monitoring of structures with the laser scanner. You can monitor structure. Laser scanner. Go ahead. Go to BIM. This is how it if you do laser scanner, you are going to get something like this. The middle one is a building. It was scanned with the laser scanner. You now assemble it using a cyclone. You get something like this. This one. Topographical survey is very important in development. I think Jeff talked about it. When you are going to do landed property of land latitude, you need topographical survey. When you have topographical survey, you will design good design. Architect, you give it to architect, they will know what to do. And those road and this erosion control, topographical survey will show you how the land is moving. This is some of the, this is 3D, and this is a watershed. Next. This is watershed, and this is topo. Layout design. A layout design, it is not the responsibility of a surveyor. I always say to design layout. We are not trained to design layout. We must say it. When you do perimeter survey, give it to a town planner. He will help you do it. Then a town planner cannot set out layout. He will bring back to a surveyor who will now lay it out for you. That's how it is. We must, all of us, collaborate. Because when you say you're a surveyor, you judge the perimeter to start doing a layout. It is not your responsibility. You can't even sign. Why are you taking out that person's job? Then this is a layout plan for the one I'm saying. Then next, please. Approval. It is the same a town planner who approve layout. You cannot approve that as a surveyor. Like, for example, if I go to professional examination now, I see a layout. The first question I will ask, where is the approval? You must show me the approval by a town planner signed by him before you can lay out. But so before you just carry this in and start doing what you want, it's not a good one. Go ahead. Yes, architect had to design building. It's not me that will design. When you give them perimeter survey, you give them topographical survey. Architect will give you good design. August, am I lying? So next one, please. Yes, this one. I'll stop. This is latest technology they are doing now. University beam. If you have like the structure that failed in Lagos, if you're to university, the first thing is they will design as they are laying out on the way it is. They use laser scanner to scan. When they scan, they go back to the office and do measurement, analysis. What you design, is it what is on ground? If it's not what's on ground, no, you can't go ahead. You know, high-rise buildings start from on the foundation and even very deep on the ground. So you must scan it. So when you see building fail, a lot of factors contribute to not having a good foundation. And then the one collapse, I think in Kaduna, Kano. So go ahead. There are some of the. This one was when I was a student in Russia. Is when we did this. This is a building that they were constructing. So these are beams. We have to scan it, and when we do the reference, we brought it together. It came out like this. Next. So these are some of our professionals: civil engineer, electrical engineer, building technology, quantity surveyor, etc. These are the people that normally work together when you come to construction. Next one, please. Yeah, what I'm saying, I want to conclude by saying that there's a need for us to, those of us in a built environment, there's need to work as one. What you know that is not your own, your area of specialization are limited. There's nothing bad in consulting your colleagues. Say, look, I'm a surveyor. I'm not a town planner. Please design the layout for me. I pay you for services. And when you come to layout, he will bring it to you. And you will get your pay too. That's how it is. So, gentlemen, thank you. My time is over. See you next time.
Thank you so much, sir. That's Professor Eigato. That was a wonderful presentation from his wonderful student that he has trained. Came the professor. I mean, both of you did well. So I'll give you a round of applause again. Before we go to the next program, I want to entertain one or two questions before we have the panel discussion. And then the next paper will be presented by the MD NTP. But before then, I will entertain two questions. After that, we can have a paper, and then we can go on to the panel discussion. Okay, who has a question? Okay, microphone to him is at there.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My question is to the, you see, quantity surveyor.
Which
You
one,
know-
professor or the Amade?
The two of them.
Okay.
Because when you get to area of a quantity surveyor, it's always a problem. It's a place you lose money fast. No matter the gigantic structure you put on the land. Because they didn't do enough inquiry. Because as Edo State is now, if you want to put out a structure or you choose a land, it is the surveyor that supposed to do the inquiry to the land and survey. As far as land is concerned in Benin, when you get to land and survey, let it belong to anybody, you will see it. But why are the surveyors are not going to the extent of digging out a particular job they are doing to know the accuracy? Because the accuracy of every land is in the land and survey establishment. So why? I want to know, because I don't understand why people lose money, no matter the level. Why are they not making that inquiry to bring out maybe this land is okay, it's not okay? My friend, this land is belong to so. Why?
Good morning.
You want to add to it, or you want to, the professor should collate all the questions?
I want to add to his question.
Okay.
In addition, sir, in getting a good land, the surveyor is very important. But my question is this. I don't know whether in Edo State or in Lagos State you have a monitoring team to monitor the other surveyors, even though they know that it is a government land, they will still survey it and give it to the client. So we're supposed to have a team of monitors that monitor these people and see what they are doing. Is this, say, monitoring team in Benin, sir? Thank you.
Well, I am not a Minister of Land and Survey, but I'll answer the question. What the problem we are having, and I'll come to say is that, look, we don't have any, what they call a base map, where government, people say this land has been acquired by us. We don't have. We have said several times, look, let's not digitize Edo State archive. So if you come to my office, come to the office, I have a super number. When you type it in, you will know whether the land is there. But we don't have it. I don't think there's any computer in Ministry of Land and Survey. Quote me. None. We have tried to say, let us do something that will automate our system. Like in the data state, they have GIS office. They have. GIS office managed by surveyor, not the one they are doing here. Where the head of GIS is an assistant surveyor. No, it's land. Land surveyor is that office is for surveyor that know about land. We are trained about land. As a surveyor, they are part of us, but we know ourselves. So they have the data state that socially digitize all the archive they have. But in Edo State, we don't have one single computer. So what we do is try and error. If I survey this land, if I chart it, will it fall in government land? That's it. So on the issue of us, I think I'll answer your question, sir. On the issue of us not having, when we have issue about land searching, it is not in our law, survey law, to go and search for land. Our own is, if you give me, say this much your land. It's your land, yes. You have your deed of title. I will look at it. I will survey it for you. Give me money. I'll put it in my pocket. When there's problem, we'll go to court. That's it. Go to court. That's when we now say, use good instrument to do your land. A good equipment. So if you're not going to court, then we now start looking at it. First of all, it is not, I always say it, and I will say it here. C of O is not a guarantee that you own the land. It's not a guarantee. Everybody rush for C of O. Me, as a surveyor, I'll go and go to call physical possession. That's go and develop it. I don't have any land, for example, that I have not, that is wallow. No, I don't have that money. If I have money to buy 100 by 100, I should know that I should have money to start development. There and there. If there's any intruder, he will come and say, oh, okay, what are you doing? This is my land. Then we'll start negotiating because it's not too late. But when you buy land, you travel overseas. They expect me to start looking for your land here. Me, as a surveyor, if you come to my office, the first of all is that I know that I have to pay my staff first. I have to pay my office. I'll collect that money first, put it in my pocket. Then we'll go to court. I'll go and do survey for you. We'll go to court. That's my business. I'll go. But we're not trained to do any search. Because if we say, now, we say 100 by 100 is going to bring 150,000. One pastor came to my office. He just came. He said, are you a ghetto? I said, yes. He said, yes, you part thief. I said, how? He said, I gave you a survey. You didn't lodge it. I said, God, what's your name? What's your name, sir? So he brought out, he told me his name. I got out my signature. I went to my file. I look at it. The person that did the job paid 15,000 naira. I signed for him. He will tell you that I'm coming. He will not come again. And I asked him, how much did you give the surveyor? He said 50,000. I said, you are the thief. He said, you are a thief, pastor thief. I now brought out what it takes to do 100 by 100. He saw it was 150. You gave him 50,000. How do you expect that you're going to lose your job? For me, there's a saying in Benin that, I don't know if I want to speak Benin. I'm a waster, a good John with a bee. Do you understand what I'm saying? You see, if you carry goat to elderly, he will not say too small. You say, bring a friend, hold on. Hold on, say, well, I'm married. Go and add to it. That's what that person will say. So if you bring someone to my office, you say I pay 50,000, I won't drive you. I won't lodge it. When time comes, I say, oh, boy, you know I pay finish. I said, I know. Okay, how do you want me to lodge it? Tell me now. Tell me. Because that 50,000, maybe that time, now ask you some strike. 6 months, we are not be paid. So those are the issues. So we ourselves, our client, we don't want to pay a correct professional fee. We don't want. So it's part of it. So if you pay, and that money you are paying, 150 you are paying, I'm not supposed to go and search for you. You bought your land. That's not my business. As a surveyor, I'm not asked to go and search for land. I'm asked to demarcate your property for you. That's what he said. As survey law. So if you have any issue, and to that I say, when you I was talking, you must do your proper investigation before paying for land. We must, but some of us don't care. Some people, they know that there's problem in the land. They go and sell. Some sell, one person will sell 1 and 4 times. In Benin here. Apart from that, apart from the problem we're having, is the problem of intruder. You will come, they will say, go and pay money for Omolu. Go and pay this, go and pay that. These are not necessary. So, sir, it is not a surveyor to go and search. When you buy, you go to my office, I'll do a survey for you. When the problem, we'll meet in court. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I have another question, but me too, I have a question. You can go ahead. I have a question.
Thank you, everybody. My name is Taplana Inanige Abudu. I want to actually thank the professor for being very frank. I have to tell you, the problem we have most cases in land management, is our professionals, dabbling into what is not their own. At the end, there are crises. Good. In your presentation, sir, you made mention of topographical map, which is very crucial. Very, very crucial. The first base instrument you have to get that will tell you the position, the sloping nature of the land, the area flooding, the steepness of the land, to know how we design our layout in it. Sir, the state government is undergoing a very important project today in this state. It's the regional plan, the regional development plans, and also the Benin City master plans. And these plans require the topographical map of the entire state, not only Benin City. To enable you plan regionally as per what and what is available, the nature of the land, before you now begin to allocate uses to this, your design or whatever. Today is the surveyor profession able to know whether these development plans going on in Edo State have this basic requirement necessary, sir? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I normally appear on television to talk on land. When Shomole came to Edo State, it was making gra. He said what to do water storm. I was invited on ITV. I told them that it's going to fail. They said, you are wishing us a bad omen. I said, no. There is no base map. You can't be digging land as if you are rapid. Where would the water go to? You don't have topographical survey of Benin City. Where will the water go to? It's going to flow up and flow back. Where are we today? My brother, I don't know whether they are doing any mapping of Edo State. Now, they came to Edo GIS. I don't criticize them. They said they flew Edo State and they have orthophoto map. The question I asked them, well, what is your reference? What did you reference? What do you as your reference? They were looking at me. Bring that orthophoto map. Let me look at it. I'm a surveyor. If you get it, they will start hiding it. Often they are still hiding it because they did not do the proper thing. One proper thing you're supposed to do that is our general of the federation should be aware you are flying Edo State. It will send a representative. So general at Edo State will be aware. They will send a representative. NIS Edo State will be aware. We will send a representative. We from the university will join the team. That when the proper things are done. No, they came, they flew Edo State, they said it's start Edo GIS. That's where we are today. If you get there, they will hide their map. They will start dragging and put position on you. That's not what so. So, I do not know, as you speak, if they are doing any survey in Benin City regarding having a base map. But the idea thing is that we should survey each state, each city. When you survey the city, I trust my engineer. They will be able to give you design that will take away the flood. What they are doing is that they said the Ubawa Road, there's flood. They take it to one street there. They take it to maybe Adolo. When a lot of people start complaining, they will take it to somewhere. They're just moving flood around. That's what they are doing because there's no proper mapping, no mapping at all. And if I go to a map, elevation is very important. We use one single reference elevation and see what happened in those states. I don't know. I've been to Miami. Miami is one of the cities in the U.S. that I love. I love Miami. So anytime I am in that city, I feel like not coming back. But I have to come back because that's not my country. When there's heavy rain, when there's heavy rain, they will open. They have what they call what they call dams. No, no, it's dams. This water around there, where water cannot flow. Like this, yes, they have it. It's not intention, they have it, yes. They will go and open it. You know, the water will be flowing inside the retention. As soon as the rain stop, they will allow it to flow to the sea. Then they will not block it. You cannot see water on the road. I thought you cannot see it. And because of they know that because if they're on the street, you'll be seeing crocodile everywhere because it's everywhere. You see it on the street. But because of that retention water, they're already inside. And it's very clean. The way they did it, very clean that you can go there and relax. You know? So what they did, because they cannot use underground train, they have roads. You know, some 1, 2, 3, 4 lanes up. So they consider. So it's very good. Just like places like Delta, we are not supposed to have, or Lagos, we want to have flood. If you actually doing the same thing, good thing in Nigeria, they don't have flood, and they are by the sea. What is raining? They just go. You see somebody just go down and open it, all the water will be entering. So many places they have it everywhere. Water will entry, and when it stop rain, it's not going back. You go and open it, the water will flow. It get to a level to close. So we must do the proper thing, and we're not doing it in Nigeria. Not only in the state. When they start appointment, it's politics. Nobody have come to University of Nigeria, University of Benin, that we have the Department of Geomatics here. How can we help? Me, I don't know how to do politics because I cannot attend meeting at night. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm aware that just last month, professionals in the beauty industry, including engineers, they had meeting in Sokoto when we were doing AGM. They're having meetings. Even the Minister of Housing and Work Housing, Washala was there. They had a retreat for 3 days. He was there. And they had a communique that was signed. But you see, in Nigeria, we say something, we do another. As I saw professional bodies in Nigeria, in Benin City here, professional, they hold meeting all the time. The chairman of a Nigerian Source of here, they go to attend the meeting. They hold meeting, they talk. We know all these things. But you see, mapping, for example, is expensive tax. You understand? I cannot do it alone. I don't have the money to do it. It's government that will do it. You understand? If you fly an aircraft through Benin, within 1 day, you get what you want. But it's expensive. So it's only government that can do it. And government are not ready to do it. Like now, we have what they call control. If you're going to do any survey, you must refer to those control. But, madam, no control in Benin. We only have one. Established by, I showed you just now, established by Federal Survey. There were 3 before. They have removed 2. We only have 1. If they do survey now, you will see that they will just connect to a control that don't exist. If you go there, it's not there. They did those controls years back. So now the government have refused to invest on control. In Unibank, we have a lot of controls. We establish it ourselves. Our personal self, not university. My student, my master student, I told him to establish about 20 recently in Benin. So, but when we are through, I'm going to send it to the ministry as our own personal contribution. They don't have controls. Just the control that you use to do survey. They don't have. They don't have equipment. They just receive salary. They don't have equipment. So,
percent. You, government, so bring in, let them start the conversation on a roundtable discussion. Then you can now prefer solutions. Because this thing is going out of hands. We have a lot of housing deficits. If you cannot solve the problem of surveying, how do we go about the concerning land? How do we go about building the houses that are needed? Is it when individual like NTP wants to start with developers, then we not get to site and they were telling us the land you have acquired has issues? That is a problem on its own. So that is how it starts, and we need to solve it because it's only kokorotonje for new follower. That's a Yoruba adage. He said, what is killing Nigeria is inside Nigeria. So we need to look for that thing and clump it out. That is my own take on this issue. So we are going to go. Okay, you see, you have a contribution from. No. 5 more minutes. MD. Somebody wants to ask a question. Can we go ahead? Okay.
Yes, my name is Chima Diaku. I've been in the construction industry since 1988. I've not done any other thing else. Now, the real challenge we have is not the problem. We have known the problems. But the challenge is that we have never come together as a team to solve the problems. You see, we all, everybody points one finger in front, but the other 3 fingers are behind, pointing back to you. If this thing is important to us, we need to step up the conversations into actions. Every meeting that doesn't have a resultant action is a useless meeting. So there must be something that will come out as an action that needs to come out of a meeting. And there are very many creative ways. When people say there's no money, I laugh. There's too much money. That's the problem Nigeria has. There's way too much money in Nigeria. So people are busy grabbing it and don't know what to do with it, right? ₦1 billion is a lot of money. It can do so much, but it's sitting in somebody's account and he's just being happy that he has ₦1 billion in his account. And I laugh. Your ₦1 billion in January at an an inflation rate of 16%. By December 31st, you have lost 160 million naira. That money that was sitting in your account. That's the reality. If you give us to out 160 million into some of the things that we're talking about that will help us collectively to produce more money. You see, the big picture is what we're not seeing. And that's where the challenge is. We have been taught to keep it to ourselves. When you are writing an exam, you cover your book. When we come out of the exam, we are doing meetings together. You know, so you see, we need to change our mindset about how a lot of things are done. Everything concerns you. Don't just pass by. That thing that concerns the society, you think it doesn't concern you. One day it will concern you. You just may not know why. So let's look at ways within the building ecosystem where we can begin to talk, have more concrete inputs into these things, and then there are many people associations outside of even this country that will want to help if we say we need help in some of the things that you're talking about. We don't have equipment. Don't give us the equipment. Fly in the equipment from Germany. Do this thing for us pro bono. I know organizations that are already doing some of those kind of things. So we need to begin to reach out that we have these issues, and we want to imagine where we map up every square kilometer of Nigeria is known and linked to something, some database. So if I want to buy land in Sokoto, I don't even need to go to Sokoto. All I need is the coordinates and the location, and I pay. I don't need to all the movement. Technology has made so many things so much easier, and we need to leverage on technology and stop all this energy we are wasting fighting ourselves. We spend so much energy fighting ourselves that there's no much energy to even do what we need to do. So let's get into the habit of assisting others. If you know something that can help the next person in construction, help him. You don't know where you need the help tomorrow. That's the attitude that I have. So I've learned a lot of things even doing this because I have stretched my hand to help the next person. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We are getting ready for the next paper. I just wanted to briefly let you know that the food court on my left-hand side is ready. So after discussion, the panel discussion will start. We are going to go on 15 minutes break after the last paper before we start the panel discussion. Then we come back. The panelists will sit. Those on my panel, before I will do briefing of each of them, I'm listening now, Architect Chima Dialku, Mr. Edori Siagbon. Am I right? Edori Siagbon will be representing the PS of housing. Architect Binitie Ovie is on that list. Surveyor Jeffrey Wodo is on that panel. And lastly, I have Architect Timi Ikisemoje. He was my lecturer when I was in school. So when he was teaching, I'm always afraid to do something that is awry from what he teaches, because he's a very prompt, accurate person. He teaches you what is right and directs you on what is right also. So by the time we are all coming on the seats, I will be giving brief introduction of each person on what they are good in. Before then, we will have our presentation, and then we can have the questions. Any question you want to ask, particularly the students. If you have any questions, please write it out. Even the audience, write it out. We will give it to the panel. And our president will be sitting down here watching us. Yesterday, he was one that coordinated. Today, we are going to have Architect Ibianu coordinating the panel discussion. So I'm going to hand the microphone over to the MD NTP. She's going to be talking on feasibility study for the 300,000 housing units housing in Edo State.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here today. While we wait for the slide to come on, I'll just give a little brief on, thank you. A little brief on what this entire mass housing project is about. It's been 3 days. Today is the third day, and I'm grateful to God that we've been able to do this these 3 days. All of this discourse was to generate all of these issues so that we can begin to think along the same line, discuss along the same line, and be able to collaborate, because we have because the issues have come alive in our hearts. When the first speaker spoke this morning, he gave some statistics. And in the course of giving those statistics, he talked about Cotonou. Is it Cotonou? Yes. He talked about Côte d'Ivoire, yes. He talked about Côte d'Ivoire, how that the country as a nation has mapped out the entire nation. Just like Architect Chima was saying, the entire nation is mapped out, square meter by square meter, everything mapped out. Developable lands, lands that cannot be developed, lands that are reserved, and every land that can be developed has been priced. Every land based on the mapping has a price. So the price of land is not determined by developers, it's not determined by who is selling it. It's already predetermined by the country. So there are a lot of things, like I said yesterday, that we don't need to reinvent. They already exist. And we can just buy into what is already working in different places. So the whole idea, the purpose for all of this is to encourage us to work together, to be able to collaborate. The dream that I have is, it looks very bogus, but it's achievable. I've always believed it's achievable. And the first time this thing came to my mind was on the bed in NYC camp in Bauchi. That was 2001, about that. And I woke up thinking about how to create homes for free. So, but if I say homes for free, it will sound stupid and no, it doesn't make sense to anybody. But that's actually the real intent. The real intent is to be able to get to a point where we can have homes that can actually be distributed. When we say social housing to the extent that people can actually get homes without paying for them. But we have to get there. We can't start there, we will get there. And I remember that Aki built, one of the Aki builds that I held in Abuja. I was at the Ministry of Works and Housing stand, Federal Ministry of Works and Housing stand, FHA, Federal Housing Authority stand. And they had these houses that they had presented. So I was looking at them. And then I was telling the person who was standing there, one of the directors, I guess, that I look forward to a day where we'll be able to have homes, housing estates for the less privileged, housing estates for widows and for fatherless people who otherwise will never be able to live in anything decent. And when we can do that, crime will drop like a bottle that dropped from the table. It will drop with so much force and speed. So he looked at me and he said, who is going to fund that? Where is that kind of money going to come from? I said, well, it's just a thought in my head. And so somehow over time it has built over and over. It's been, how will this happen? I've sat down over time. I've done several sketches, tried to do what kind of materials, what kind of sketch, how can this be solved, how can that be solved? And I remember one day I was working then at PW in Lagos. I was on a flight from Escravos back into Lagos. And while on that flight, I was still on this, I was sketching different, whatever, can we use this material? Can we change the headroom to be this? I was just on the plane sketching all through. And at the end of the day, when we got to Lagos, the president of the Association of Chevron staff walked up to me and said, Madam, I perceive you're an architect. We have a project, we have a housing, Shell staff, Chevron staff, housing to do. I said, that's nice. So I gave him my card. And he said, PWO, sorry, we can't pay you. I said, you don't have to be scared. We can work out something. I have never been a profit-oriented person. So one would have thought, a number of people said to me I was stupid. But I worked that project out for my office without telling my MD. I was on that project for 3 months until I got it. I bidded for it, submitted all the documentations, made the presentation. MD had no clue. I resigned from the office. A few weeks after, the MD called me one day. I was driving on Ikpopan. And then he called me and said, Cecilia, they called us from Chevron that we have a job. And they said you were the one on it. How come? Where? How? I said, so I was bidding for it. I bidded for it. I submitted everything for it. I told them we could do it. I did all the negotiations. Thank God it came through. So so one thing, in the course of all that, well, if I had bidded probably on my own, I probably would not have gotten it. But nonetheless, I enjoyed the process. I enjoyed the experience. I learned something from that. And I made an impact in my MD's heart. And 10 years after, he came looking for me. So, and he said, I'm getting old, Celia. I'm looking for who will run this, my company. I've not been able to find anybody. Can you come and run this company for me? Now, life, we have to be able to come to the point where we're about. If Nigeria is going to make progress, if we are going to reinvent this country, if we are going to make this country look like the countries we are trying to run to, then we have to stop thinking. There is an African adage that a single tree does not make a forest. Unfortunately, Africans live like single trees. We seem to live in isolation in the midst of everybody. And that's the problem we have. We are super gifted. We are very intelligent. We are blessed with excess resources. Everywhere in Nigeria is filled with money. That's it. The gutters are filled with money. The streets are filled with money. The forests are filled with money. Everywhere is filled with money. But everybody is looking for the one that is already translated into cash for him to grab. But we have to start thinking differently. That's what this is about. This project is bigger than me. I've always known right from time. And the whole idea of gathering everybody together is to see how many of us will be willing to say, I'm going to join this. I'm going to come on board. Edo State is just a sample. Once we can get this running in Edo State, it can be replicated anywhere else. And that's the idea. What are we going to, one of us, I think Dr. Chimada was saying, 20 years from now, a lot of us sitting here will be irrelevant. That's if not gone. So what are we bequeathing to the next generation? What are we bequeathing? Life is not just about what you eat, what you drink, what you wear. So that's this discourse. So just like Dr. Chima said, I'm referring to you a lot this morning. We need to stop fighting as professionals. We need to stop fighting. Forget the fact that you are an architect, and they've always said architects are the leaders of the building team. It has not brought us any solution. It hasn't. Oh, I'm an engineer, engineers are it. It has not solved any problem. Oh, the lawyer was saying something, the estate manager was arguing the other day. No, it's not your right according to section this, subsection this. It is it has not solved any problem. It hasn't. We need to begin to cross the divides, begin to hold our hands, and forge a way forward for Nigeria. It's a Nigerian dream. I have never traveled out of this country, and I have refused to travel out. Because some of the ideas I have seem to be strange, it's going to look as if, because I traveled out. That's why I'm thinking like this. And I've insisted I will not live here. There's nothing outside the shores of this country I can't learn on the internet. Nothing. I remember a business partner of mine many years ago kept saying, no, Cecilia, you need to go to China. I said, there's nothing in China I can't see on the internet. I can see it, and I can appreciate it. I'm an architect. I can translate what I'm seeing very well. I don't need to go there. I can see it. I can have meetings online. And I've been having meetings online with people across the country, across the world. I don't need to go to their land first. Everything that I'm doing, I want it to be homegrown. It's a Nigerian initiative. It has no Igbo behind it. It has to be that way. I was talking with the commissioner of fiscal planning the first time I ever met her, and she said, Madam, where are you from? Are you in this Edo State? You don't have a PhD. I said, I refuse to have a PhD. I was running one. I dumped it. I chose not to have a PhD. And she said, no, you must have one. The people that have PhD, they don't know more than you. I said, I chose not to. All the PhDs and all the degrees we have not solved Nigerians' problems. I choose not to. And the great men that we see in history that have made landmark effects on humanity, they don't have PhDs. Some of them don't even have a degree. So please, Let's face reality. Let's face the problems, the real things, and let's solve them. That's all this is about. We are looking at a 50-year plan, 30 to 50-year plan for Edo State. And in the bigger picture for Nigeria, we're looking at a state that works. We're looking at a state where everything works, not because of government, but because of us. I have a slogan, and I've held that slogan for several years. We can do it without government. Government needs us. We always seem to think we are the ones that need government. No, government needs us. It's a wrong impression we've had for several years. And well, I guess the colonial era made us see like everybody's depending on government, a national cake and all of that. No, government needs us. The old saying in America, which is still there, don't say what America will do for you, but what you will do for America. I like to say the story, I like to always tell the story of, the name keeps skipping my head. Who will remind me? The man that paid America's debt. The man that single-handedly paid America's debt. J.P. Morgan. Thank you. One man. America as one of the greatest nations. Then America was already world power. But America was in debt. And couldn't pay her debt. And nations like the UK and some other countries were coming to grab land, were coming to take part of the economy. And America didn't want to give that up. And the president was running everywhere. Unfortunately for the president, then he hated J.P. Morgan. He had been using the EFCC of America to harass him since he entered office. Now the country was in trouble. And everywhere he goes to look for help, they tell him there's nothing we can do, the resources are not available, but there's only one man that can solve your country's problem, and he's in your country. Go and visit it. J.P. Morgan can solve this problem. Everywhere he went to, J.P. Morgan, everywhere he went to, he had to bury his shame and invited J.P. Morgan to the White House. After the talk, J.P. Morgan told him to give him 48 hours. He invited a few of his friends, went on a ship cruise, and in 48 hours, America's debt was paid off. So, is it really true that we need the government? The government needs us. We have to rise up. Government needs us. Eventually, when J.P. Morgan died, when they checked his asset, they realized he didn't even have that money. And then Rockefeller said, so he was such a poor man after all. J.P. Morgan was wealthy, but he didn't have up to 100th of what he spent. J.P. Morgan was one man that built men. Built men across the world. He had people who were willing to spend on his word. They spent that money because of him, not because of America. We have to start building people. Irrespective of, sometimes if I give this on, I'll get inside. If I help and wait, it go reach me. Those kind of languages, we have to begin to stop them. If we must build the nation we want to see. I love that story a lot. Funny enough, J.P. Morgan was a sickler. He was very sick, so sick. The father got so irritated with his being sick that the father cast him out into one convent boarding house where he would never see him for years. Where he was drilled. Father said, you can't be a weakling. The father was a business tycoon. I can't give birth to a weakling. So he sent him away. No telephone that time. Away. So I guess all that statement I've made is just to charge our hearts. So what we're looking at, we looked at we have coined this as mass housing, but mass housing is the most simple terminology that everybody will understand. That's why we call it mass housing. We're actually looking at doing sustainable new towns. Towns that are self-sufficient. Towns that, so if we have a town somewhere in Uzeba or Auchi or Agenebode, the people that live there do not need to come to Benin City, except they feel like. We're looking at developing cities where you can live in Igobazua and work in civil service, and will not be late to work. Unfortunately, the town planner, the transportation consultant paper was not very clear. The sound was very poor. That's the reason she's one of the partners we're working with. She's a key consultant on the Lagos State Transportation Design. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at subways. And I mentioned it to some persons in government, like, road never walk, now subway won't walk. We're looking at subways. We're looking at light rails. We're looking at a holistic project. And the truth is that money is not a problem. We need to take that off our minds. There's huge funds. I've attended a few financial seminars, project financial seminars, venture capitalist seminars. There are huge funds in the international market looking for where to go to. Huge funds. They're just looking for transparent and integrity. That's all they are looking for. Huge funds with very little interest rates, looking for where to go to. But we need to show process. We need to show integrity for these funds to come in. So funding is not an issue. Nigeria has money. All the issues, just mismanagement that is happening. Nigeria has money. But I'm not even talking about money in Nigeria. I'm talking about monies in the hands of business people looking for where to put it so that it will turn over for them. And they are not in a hurry to get the profit. They are willing to wait 30 years to get their profits. They are not in a hurry. Those are the kind of funds we are dealing with. So we're not looking at something that, okay, you are under pressure to pay tomorrow. No, we're looking at long-term funding. 20, 30 years kind of funding for real developments. So like I usually say, for this project, we're not looking at government doing infrastructure. That was part of the discourse. Government infrastructure is not part of this project. This project is funding itself all round. All the project needs is land from government. That's all it needs. And the reason is because we just want to be sure of title. I've done real estate in this town, and I've burnt my fingers because of land. I've lost land. I've lost land with C of O. Complete title. I still have my C of O, but the land is all built up. I lost 30 plots of land down Sapele Road with C of O. So C of O is no security. It's no security. That's why I'm saying for us to be able to do this and be able to sleep well, government, please provide the land. I've gone into JVs that failed, and the owner of the land just pulled his land from the JV. So there are more complicated problems with land than just government, Land Use Act. It's more than that. It's more than Land Use Act. So I was saying for us to be able to do this and have peace, and those who are funding this project have peace, government, please provide land. Although with what we've been doing, because we've been having a lot of meetings with different persons, different groups, different ministries, different bodies, and some people are beginning to get interest, some groups, some cooperatives. Actually, an entire community have ceded their land for this project. But we didn't want to talk about it because we're not done with the documentations. An entire community in Edo State, in Benin City. And take the entire community and replan it. The illustrious sons of the community started it. And then they went ahead to have meetings with the youths and invited us for the meeting. Asked us to present, we presented. Then they took it to the elders. So everybody is speaking with one voice. We want this to start with our community. So, but as the discussions have to continue, it's not a one community thing. We're not trying to do project because we're trying to make money. This is bigger than us. It's not about making money. It's far beyond making money. It's about creating a community or a city or a state or a nation that is sustainable. So we're looking at buildings. We're looking at off-grid buildings, that energy-efficient buildings, buildings that don't need NEPA. They don't need Osiomo. They don't need any, except they are saying, please accept our offer of energy. Please, we want to give it to you. Otherwise, we don't need it. It's not that we're going to ask for it. The project is not asking for it. But anyone that feels, please, take it, it will receive. But the project is designed in such a way that it's off-grid. You heard when Nabil spoke, I guess it wasn't also very clear because of his accent, the Pakistanis guy. They're off-grid solutions so that we don't need to have issues of light or no light. The other thing is, there's another major issue with housing and general across society is the affordability of the average Nigerian. The average income in Nigeria is too low across board. So even when we have designed houses that are very low, the average civil servants who are supposed to be dignified people going to office to work can't even afford them. So the problem is huge. So the next thing we're looking at is how can we use this same scheme to generate income for the people who are buying the houses? Within the houses, so the houses generate money for them. That's why we say they are agro-industrial homes. Every house produces something. So we can have an entire estate of 1,000 houses and they only grow tomatoes. So every day, lorries or trailer loads of tomato are leaving that estate on a daily basis. Because we can do at that scale, we don't need to sell the tomatoes. Companies will buy, they will offtake. They would not want you, because they are looking for raw materials. And if you can supply them that volume, then they will buy ahead. So the people produce, one major is, because I'm also a farmer, one major problem with farming is sales. You finish producing, how do you sell? I don't know if you've noticed around a lot of markets, people grow chicken for Christmas. February, they are still selling. Meanwhile, you have some persons in some other places who are looking for chicken to buy, they are not seeing. So there's usually a gap between the producer and the buyer. But when there's mass production with a quality level of production, then companies, manufacturers can offtake. A new company that wasn't even existing in Nigeria can choose to come because of that volume of production and come and establish. But we have companies here who don't have enough to process. So we're looking at taking specific agricultural products, simple ones, tomatoes, pepper, fish, simple products, vegetables, ugu, and mass produce. I remember architect, engineer Ahigbe, may he so rest in peace. Engineer Ahigbe said a few years ago when we had a business meeting for Edo State that they have been able to get demands from the UK for ugu. They need certain metric tons of ugu, just ugu. Several containers of delivery on a weekly basis from Edo State. And they were looking for farmers who can grow them. And there was a problem they couldn't find. The quantity was too small for the export. So if we have 1,000 people doing something just about the size of this stage, that's huge production. So that's the kind of thing we're looking at. Again, the challenge, the other question some persons may ask is, if these people are civil servants or they work in an office, they have to be in the office maybe 7:38, and then close maybe 4 or 5, get home probably 6 or later. How then do they run their farms? So there are other companies who run farms for people and pay you a fixed amount. I don't know if anybody knows about that. Yes. They're in Lagos, they're in Oyo, they're in Ibadan, and I don't know any other place that they are, but I know they are common in Lagos and Ibadan. Yeah. So they just come and tell, okay, you have 3 square meters. I will farm it. I will be paying you 50,000 every month. Whether I make profit or not, whether I sell or not, it's not your business. That's the fixed amount. And they are guaranteed by insurance. So that becomes income for the people who are staying in the homes. That becomes added income to what they were initially earning at whatever jobs they were doing. The other thing that we looked at is, because talking with the different mortgage banks, both from the PMIs, primary mortgage banks, the Federal Mortgage Bank, the Nigerian Mortgage Refinance Company. Yes, people, you can be eligible for a loan. But there comes another challenge. What if you're unable to pay 3-4 years from now? You could start up, your salary is running. For instance, maybe my HOD here, maybe you took a loan to buy a house January last year. January this year made it 1 year, and it's supposed to maybe 5 or 10-year loan. ASUU went on strike. Government declared no salary, no work, no pay. How do you pay your loan? It's not your fault. You had no hand in it. But now there's a problem. Thank you. So the banks are asking, there's still an issue. Who guarantees the loan payment? Yes, he earns a salary now. What's the guarantee that he will not be sacked, or he will not fall sick, or something will not happen? These are issues with mortgage. So what we have done is that question was also asked from one of the funders from Dubai. And they said if we can establish some sort of guarantee. They said if government can guarantee the loan. I said, that's not, don't go there. It won't work. Government can guarantee the loan. Government does not have the capacity to guarantee the loan. Because I hope we know that government is printing money. And it's not so they said. Government has been printing money. It's part of the reason why the Naira is falling that fast. Government is printing money to pay salaries. We are not producing enough to pay salaries. Government is printing money to pay salaries and borrowing for projects. So we don't only have the problem of non-productivity and not enough, we are getting deeper and deeper in national debts. And the only way to turn that around is for us to become productive. When we become productive, the table turns. So what we looked at is, the idea that came to my heart was, one broomstick cannot sweep a floor clean. Can one broomstick sweep floor clean? But if you gather maybe 100 or 200, will it clean the floor? Yes. So the idea is for us to come together and have a force. And that force is a cooperative. Building cooperative, a housing cooperative. In that housing cooperative, every person who intends to benefit, except you think you can buy your house by yourself, then sorry, you don't qualify for the cooperative. But if you need mortgage or you need long-term payment for your house, then you come into the cooperative. The cooperative becomes the backup. And every financial institution I've told this just start smiling. The MDs smile. They get excited because it just solves the problem. The cooperative becomes the guarantee for your loan. If you fail, the cooperative continues paying. If the person falls sick, or even if the person dies, the cooperative continues paying. That's there. So it's a win-win for every player. The bank who gave the mortgage is safe. The funder who funded the project is safe. The people who bought the homes are safe because there is a cooperative. The next question is this cooperative a spiritual cooperative? Because there are cooperatives everywhere, aren't there? How come the different cooperatives we have existing everywhere have not solved this kind of problem? There are cooperatives that are very large, like our cooperative. So how come they've not been able to solve this kind of problem? It's simple. You know, some things are not, the best of things are actually very simple. It's just that sometimes we don't see them early. The cooperative simply trades with itself and generate money. Do we all go to the market? Do we all shop? You shop on Jumia. You shop in Santana Market or Uselu Market or whichever market or ShopRite. You shop, don't you? Simple. Instead of dissipating the money, you shop inside the cooperative. So the cooperative sells the goods to its members and turns over capital. And that capital is not distributed as dividend. It keeps growing. Because it's not distributed as dividend, what you call, what Albert Einstein calls the compounding interest. There's a way he calls it. He calls it the eighth wonder of the world. Albert Einstein says that the compounding interest is the eighth wonder of the world. It is scary. If you look at the details, it is scary. Thank you. That's what China is using. Now, interesting enough, while I was working on this, and then everything was sounding, as at December when I talked to the funders about this, they were excited, good, and all of that. And then I was now wondering to myself, why is it that this thing is sounding very nice? It's sounding as if I'm being a genius. But why is it that this thing is not happening everywhere? Am I sure I'm not misleading people? Yeah, I began to question myself. End of January, I stumbled on a video on YouTube, a community that is running this in China, full scale. In that community, everybody is a millionaire, including children in primary school. Everybody is a multimillionaire. 20 years ago, the council of that community started this idea. Everybody, they were poor rice farmers. It was a rice farm village. And it said everybody in the community should come together and open one cooperative. Invest money into that cooperative. Nobody withdraws from the cooperative. Everybody kept on with their farming. But they started trading with the cooperative. Then with time, they started using the funds of that cooperative to bring in investors to take their rice farm and do industries. So when you come, they give you land. They take half of the company. You are producing maybe shoe, or maybe tiles, or maybe whatever. Whatever you produce and export, 50% of the profit of that company is coming to the village. With time, from the video, I'll send it to you, sir. From the video, I'll send it to Actaudia already. From the video, the people that work in the entire community are strangers. The people in that community don't work, except you feel like. Because you don't need to work for money. You don't need to work for money. You work because you want to add value to society. So all of them that are working in the community just because they just want to add value. And a lot of times the things you want to do are just you want to encourage somebody because there's no work to do. You want to encourage somebody, because a lot of people are trooping into that community to come and tap from their money. All of them have money. They want to come and clean for you. They want to do this for you so that they can tap from the money you are making to go out. So when I saw it, I just felt, nothing new under the sun. I thought what I discovered was new, and I realized it wasn't new. So it just made me feel very safe because it's not starting here, it's already happening. That's exactly the principle of this. So the idea is to build a large cooperative of all beneficiaries, and then once the people are in with their share capital, the share capital becomes the sum that the cooperative uses for trading. And the simple way of trade is, when you deal with wholesale, not wholesale now, so the cooperative does not buy from the market. The cooperative trades with manufacturers and sells directly to its members. So you cut off a lot of middlemen that brings the value of, you want to buy tomato, you buy it far cheaper. If you are not a member of the cooperative, you buy at market rate. You only buy at that rate if you are a member of the cooperative. And the purpose of that is to encourage more people to be members of the cooperative and build the capacity of the cooperative. Now, in a number of places we have presented, some persons say, Madam, we don't need the houses, but this is a good business. Can we invest? That we heard that in some place. Can we invest? Things like that. So that's the idea. So at the end of the day, it becomes the commonwealth of the people. So we can take people who ordinarily would have been poor away from poverty. And then at this point, the cooperative has grown this big. This cooperative can be a blessing to the nation. Now, because everybody's earning, what does that mean? Government gets revenue. You don't need to pursue anybody for taxes. If you are earning ₦1 million every month by just sitting there in the house watching Netflix, will tax be difficult for you to pay? Shouldn't. Again, you don't even need to pay your taxes because they are deducted at source. So government gets good revenue. And because it's a cooperative, it doesn't pay taxes. Only individuals pay taxes on, pay personal income tax. But the cooperative in all its huge profits does not pay tax because that's cooperative law. That funds that the cooperative does not pay a tax is not what is used for infrastructure. So infrastructure, and when I say infrastructure, we're not just looking at roads. We're looking at healthcare. We're looking at schools. We're looking at everything that makes the society work. Everything that makes the society work. All of that, we've done the maths. There's a lot of mathematics behind it. We've done all of the maths, and there's it's something that is infinitesimal. It will just keep running from generation to generation. But it will be good that this generation started it. And we can't do it, I can't do it alone. No matter how much I talk, if you guys don't join me, this won't work. If Nigerians say, no, this is too good to be true, because that's what we're hearing on the streets. We've been on the streets for a long time. No, this is too good to be true. No, it's not possible. Are you sure you're not trying to scam us? This is too good to be true. That's the purpose of this conference. This conference was to bring everybody we have spoken with together under one roof to hear. And for those who are unable to come, that's why it's streaming live, unedited, so they can hear exactly what is happening. They can hear from every person, and then people can begin to think in that direction. The whole idea is building a new Nigeria where everything works. Once upon a time in the early 80s, in the 70s, you could park your car and not lock your door and even leave your key there. You go inside, come back, and you still drive your car. Nobody will touch your car. You could leave your money somewhere in the open. Somebody will keep it. When you come looking for it, they'll give it to you. But now, if you leave it, somebody will tell you it's a miracle. God just blessed me with money. So these are the thoughts that I'm very sorry I'm not very good at presenting formally. I like to talk from my heart. So I had this slide, I didn't use it. Put on the slides. Let me just go through the slides. Thank you. Just go through it. I like to talk from my heart. Because it's a hard thing. It's not about, I'm not trying to theorize. I'm not trying to tell you I know. I'm just speaking from my heart. What we have been able to work on so far. We've been on this particular detailed work for about 18 months now, and we've been able to come up with this. There are different models. I was glad when the town planner was speaking, the transport guy was speaking, he ended the paper by saying, mass housing is stacked housing. I was glad when I heard that part. And I asked my staff behind, did you hear what mass housing is? Because we have not been doing mass housing like this. We have been spreading. And like I said, Nigeria does not have land. We think we have land, we don't. I've been in Benin City since 91, 92, and I've always heard this statement, Edo Bolo, Edo is big, leave that side, make we just build, they go, land day. If you use the Google map to study Benin City, just Benin City, between 2003 and today, you'll be scared at the rate at which we are eating into the forest lands. It's scary. Just look at the video. Just take the different maps and play it as a video. You see the way this spread. And all this is bungalow duplex, don't face me, just cut and nail, no planning, no resources, no amenities, nothing, just like that. So so we need to conserve land for agriculture, we need to conserve land for recreation, we need to conserve land for tourism, we need to conserve land for forestry. There's also something I'm looking at, the possibility of us to adopt cultivation of bamboo in Nigeria. Because bamboo is a huge resource that will help us preserve our forest. Because a lot of things that we use timber for, bamboo can replace. And bamboo easily grows, you cut it, you use it, you grow it again, cut it, you use it. But the trees take far longer to generate. So all of this, so simple. I think when landscape architect was speaking yesterday, she talked about green roof, and I was glad she talked about green roof, because green roof is very key. It's one of the key principles we are using. Materials we are using are this is a poor environment. This housing are poor housing. This is for the poor. This is not for the rich. No, this is not for the rich. These are for, if the rich wants to live here, they feel like they are free. but this is designed for the poor. And so yesterday when I said we're designing something that looks like Ikoyi for the poor, that's exactly what it is. So this is something that is going to be for the poor. There are 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 1 bedroom, studio apartments. But it is so within these buildings you have high-rise green, high-rise farms. Within each floor, within each apartment you have hydroponics or aquaponics. So it depends on which kind of farm, which particular farm in that estate is divided to do. And thank God we're working very closely with the Ministry of Agric. The Commissioner and the PS of Agric have been very supportive. They actually convened all staff of the ministry for us to address. And it was a huge crowd. In short, the hall was full. People were standing all around the windows to hear the presentation. And that's an honor. It's not easy to get that kind of audience from a ministry. And so there's something like this we're looking at. These are without lifts. But for the medium income, we're looking at stacking higher, 10 floors, 12 floors, with lifts, because those ones will be slightly more expensive because of the kind of other equipment that will come in. These are basically brick homes. You know, when people in Nigeria, when people live in the US, not the US, it's not so common in the US, in the UK, in France, they live in brick homes, true or false? When we come to Nigeria, we don't want to see brick. The issue is not the brick, the issue is how we use it. Those of us doing the construction, how we use it is the problem. The same brick. I have books in my office with Adobe from French books. Adobe as a construction material, Adobe brick as a construction material. Pressed brick, different types of brick from the poto that we are used to, that is all over, it's our own property. We have it more than a lot of places, but we hold it in disdain because it is not cement. Because it didn't come from, because we didn't import it, we don't value it. But God has blessed us with it. There are a lot of other things. So we're looking at simple materials that are available locally for every aspect of the construction. The issue is not the material. The issue is how it is used. How it is used. I saw a video, watched a video, a documentary online of a 5-star hotel in the Malayan Mountains. A 5-star hotel built in bamboo and mud. A room inside is 250, and converted to Nigerian Naira is 250,000. That is the room rate in Eco Hotel. But it's all made of what you will, if I build it for you, you say, nah, local material. So it is how these materials are used that matter, not exactly the material. So the encouragement here is, you can keep scrolling. Let's see the other ones. So this is the incremental building, which you could build as a room self-contained, and then increase it to 1-room apartment, and then increase it to, so for persons who at the point of, maybe a copper just left school, he's serving, or what he can afford at that point is a studio apartment. So he has a studio apartment. But the studio apartment can grow into a 1-bedroom flat, into a 2-bedroom flat, into a 3-bedroom flat. So he doesn't need to have a 3-bedroom flat to be a landlord, because at that point he doesn't need it. So again, but we've also been conducting surveys. Keep going. We've also been conducting, this is another one. This is more fragmented. They are supposed to be rows. And depending on the location, because it's not every location that we have the stacked housing. There are certain locations where we may not use the stacked housing at all. So that can also apply. Keep going. Okay, housing deficit, all these are problems. Go back to that slide. Basically, no, next one. Okay, the problem is systemic. I use the word systemic. It is socio-economical, it is socio-cultural. So it's not just about building houses. The problem is bigger than building houses. We're trying to address a systemic socio-economical and socio-cultural problem. So go on. So we have economic downturn, it's no news. Food shortage, so low manufacturing and production, poor environmental health quality, So systems and policies for development planning and all that. So in essence, we're trying to use one stone to kill several birds. Because if we use that stone to kill only one bird, it will look as if we've not solved the problem. Until we solve the problem holistically, the problem remains. So we can't say we are going to just address housing and leave other things. We'll still have the same problem. And so low average income, all this I've mentioned in my talk. So what we're trying to achieve is affordable, sustainable, green, self-sufficient, off-grid homes and infrastructure, all built within this. Agriculture, industry, tourism, commerce, all these are all the developments that will come in. I remember in 2011, I got to know about, in the quest of trying to solve the issue, this same issue, I got to know about a particular developer in Kenya who was doing some great work. He's also the one that does, you know, when your credit finish, you borrow credit on different networks. That thing is all over the world, on every network in the world, is owned by this man, Killer. So he came to Nigeria for a teaching in Enugu. I got the tapes. And then the person who gave me the tapes said, we need to go to Kenya. I said, bros, I told you I'm not leaving this country. Anything I'm going to do, can hold it online. So, but while we're having that argument went from 2011 to 2012 to 2013. And by 2014, I was dropping off my children at school, and I saw a banner. He's a pastor. He was coming to preach at Balm of Gilead Crusade. And I said, what I've been going to try to look for in Sokoto is coming to my own Sokoto. So I now have to look for which pastor can introduce me to this pastor. So, but somehow I found a pastor who introduced me, who happens to have been my pastor when I was a single person. I just rushed to his side. I said, Pastor, you have something in your hand I need. And then I said, I need to meet this man. He's coming to town. He said, no problem, I'll arrange it. My PA will make sure you see him. So we had the meeting after he was done with the crusade, and he said to me, the project you're handling is too small. Then we're doing a 50-unit housing estate. That's the land I lost. 50-unit housing estate, which was supposed to cost about, at that time, it was supposed to cost about, I think, 400 and something million or so. He said, too small. He said, if you want me to invest, do 100 to 200 million USD. Call me. So while we think here, no money, no money, no money, somebody is saying, what you are looking for is too small for me to invest. If you want it to be worth my investment, then scale up. And we are so afraid to scale up in Nigeria. Even that small project at that time, everybody was shouting, you are starting too big, you are doing small, do one house first. We have to open our minds. And there's another young man who is about 32 now from Kenya. He's a multi-billionaire, Vusi. Vusi said, we have to kill the idea of small businesses. I don't know who sold that to us as Africans. This idea of SME is a lie from the pit of hell. No matter how new or how innovative your business is, from day one, plan it like a conglomerate. Don't plan it small scale. Start small, no doubt. You will start from, you have to think it, you have to conceptualize. You have started. But don't scale small, scale large. You won't get there immediately. We know Jeff Bezos today. Jeff Bezos started in 1995. Did you know him then? He started in his garage. His first investment was given to him by his mother and father after he resigned. But today he's a multi-billionaire because he started. He dared to start, and he started big. He resigned his job as a senior tech engineer in a large IT company. His boss told me, you are making a mistake. He resigned to go and sell books. Does it make sense? Doesn't. Still doesn't make sense today.
Okay.
So, good things really don't make sense when they start. If it makes sense, it means it's not big. If you can understand it, it means it's not big. But once you can't understand it, but it's touching your heart to do it, then there's a great impact it will make on the world. Okay, so go on with it. Let me try and finish up. I've taken a lot of time. So the housing are going on a rent to own. We're looking at doing, skip this. Okay, we're looking at making sure that anybody who earns 40,000 naira and above, anybody who earns 40,000 naira and above, whether in the public or private sector, whether you have an account or you don't, whether you work in an office or you don't, if you are selling something on the streets, you are selling by the roadside, you are hawking apples, whatever you do that earns you income, you qualify. Even if it is notes, you are helping your classmates to copy in school. I can see a number of my students here. Even if you are helping people to copy notes, and it's amounting to up to 40,000 naira a month, you qualify. And if you are 18 and above, you qualify. So you don't have to be a graduate first. Please, that's also a lie from the pit of hell. You don't have to be a graduate to become who you want to be. Destiny is not tied to your certificate. A lot of the great names we hear today don't have a certificate. It's okay to learn. And like I've always encouraged, the best way to learn is self-learning. The best way to learn is self-learning. All the other degrees is just for people to respect you. They're all titles. The real learning is the one you do yourself. So we're looking at reaching out to, but again, you see, thank God for this forum. You see the presentations that was made by Millard Fuller yesterday. You see that even that 40,000 is too high. Because from statistics are showing that 70% of Nigerians don't earn up to that amount. So even what we are doing now, we have to go and rework it. That's what it means. Statistics are showing that 70% of Nigerians don't earn up to 40,000 a month. Which means if anybody is in that category and is spending more than that, he's stealing it. And if we must reverse the trend of unruliness, reverse the trend of fraud, then we must solve the problem realistically. If we assume that guy's salary is 10,000, but they drive Benz, and it's obviously stealing from somewhere. So, but I believe that if we can run this, for now, we are trying to run with the institutions that already exist and begin to ease the problem with the mortgage banks, as many as can have the mortgage with the program already on ground, while we design other packages with other persons that can make the other classes of people get what they need. Talking with the funders, they are willing to give funding at single digit up to 15 to 20 years. 15 to 20 years, which means once that funding comes, we don't need the mortgage banks. We don't need the mortgage banks. So, but before that funding drops, there's still a number of processes we have to take. I need you guys. I don't know everything. I need the engineers, I need the surveyor, I need everybody to come on board to take their place so that when these guys look at us, they'll take us seriously. They'll take us seriously. That's why we got detailed solicitors. We've been hunting for people who are the best in Nigeria, the best in this, the best in that. Come on board, please. Partner with us on this, partner with us. So that when we present our profile, we are still trying to get KPMG. We've not succeeded. Whoever knows them, please help us. This project is huge. We need a financial auditor that is critically strong and has strong integrity globally. We've written to them. They've written back. We've exchanged emails a number of times. They said we should start. They are watching us. They said we should start. They are watching us. They sent, what do you call it now? These know your customer documents. We filled all that, we sent back to them. They asked questions like, is anybody in the team a politician? They don't want to have anything to do with politics. Nobody on the team should be a politician. Nobody on the team must be in government. Even if you have a relative in government, you are disqualified. If you have a relative in politics, you are disqualified. It is that tight. It is that tight. I was trying to get architect Sam Obo on board. And Samobo said, anything Nigeria, I can't touch it. Because of where he has risen to globally. He said, Cecilia, I can advise you. He was my senior in school. I didn't meet him. I saw his smoke. He left before I entered, but I heard a lot about him. So when he came in 2018 to the AGM in Lagos, that was where I saw him, and I was very excited to see him. And we talked a lot about a lot of things. So we've been chatting since then. I told him about this. First of all, the project we're doing in the what do you call it now? Lagos Lagoon. There's a company I was managing there for a particular organization. They're dredging to create an island. And it's supposed to be a smart city. I said, smart city, I don't know too much. Oga, I know you are very informed in this. Please help us. I said, still I can advise you from a distance, but don't put my name anywhere. I can't touch it. If I touch it, it will smear my integrity globally. That's how bad things are. He can't be on the team because being on a Nigerian project is bad image. Because of the way we run projects. Because of all this. So, and he has a lot of respect in the international community. So we have issues. So, but again, we need such organizations to work with us for this kind of thing to work. So we need to collaborate. If we have any connections, any partners, any foreign organization that can help with this, we need to pull all of that on board. We are trying to do 300,000 houses in organized new towns. The town planners are working on the new town plan. We've not concluded. Well, I'm also grateful to God that the Commissioner of Fiscal Planning is excited about this. And she's on leave now. She should have been here. She said a lot of good about this, and she was very excited. So when she comes back, we'll take it from there. That is very good. Edo State is currently working on a new master plan for the state. But for that team, I don't know how far they've gone. I heard there's an international consultant working on it. But nonetheless, as professionals, let's see what we can contribute. Let's pull our own weight and see how we can get the best done. Because if we don't, when it's completed, we have to work with it. We don't have a choice. Now that it is in the green, it is this time we can contribute to it, either by sending papers, sending whatever, trying to make our own input. Because once it is signed and sealed, we are tied to work with it. So I'm grateful to you all for listening. This is, let's see that slide, that last slide. No, the one before this. So the way we structure the home earning is the people join the cooperative, and we call the cooperative Carries Advantage. Carries means grace, grace advantage. So it's registered already. And some persons have already started registering over this time. And some of them have been so scared to register, and they've been waiting for this meeting to be finished so that they'll know how serious we are, how safe they are to register before they register. I would also like to say that the Commissioner of Housing, the PS of Housing, was one of the very first people to register. Yes. And he registered, and he ensured we took him a picture where we were giving him his form officially, which was very encouraging. And so we have, no, I want that slide. Just let me know one. Before step one, please. Back, before step one. Okay. Before step one. Can you, before step one, just keep it here for a while. So they join the cooperative, and then they fulfill their responsibility in the cooperative, which is basically to pay their, make their entrance fee and buy their share capital. So the share capital for the cooperative has been set as a minimum of 300,000. And then anyone who wants to pay more is free, but the minimum is 300,000. So that there's sufficient capacity to do what we're trying to do. Now, what this means is, once a person has his share capital bought, and you're buying any house that already exists, you don't pay the bulk money, you start paying the rent. Once you have fulfilled your part in the cooperative, and you take a house that already is built, the cooperative cannot buy houses that are not yet built, except you are making down payment. If you have to buy a house off plan, then you have to pay equity, and then the cooperative can buy it. If you have to buy a house that is fully completed, you don't need equity. You just fulfill your part in the cooperative and you get your keys handed to you and you pay monthly. That's the arrangement that we have on ground now, but we're trying to see how we can even make it better. And so you can slide up. Thank you. Okay, so that's what's spelled out there. Interest form, entrance fee, share capital. Please go up. Then you apply for your house, application for the house. Okay, no, cooperative contribution, okay. Please stay there. The C aspect, you see where we say monthly purchase from the cooperative. When I was explaining that at the Ministry of Housing, the commissioner asked, the PS asked a critical question. Why is shopping in the cooperative compulsory? Why are we making it compulsory? Why not? Must I buy from the cooperative? And then I said something. In life, there must be constants. If all you have are variables, then there's nothing you can count on. So for this to work, there must be constants that will enable us to guarantee that our calculations are correct. If we don't have a constant to tie the entire calculations to them, we can't promise anybody anything. It is a constant because people can buy more than that. We have people who shop 200,000, 300,000 in their house every month. But if we don't have a base that we can use to calculate and project, then there's nothing that can be promised. Nothing can be solid. So that's the basis of the computation that makes us to be sure that these funds can come. There's something else that I will say here, even though my team, I'm sure if they're here, they'll be matching my leg not to say it, but I will say it. You guys will not beat me in the office. Okay, now there's something else which we have planned, which is part of the cooperative. In the course of studying the maths behind all of this arrangement, we realized that the cooperative can start paying salaries to its members. Not for doing anything, just for being a member. But not immediately. So we have decided, now I'm taking us in this discourse, and as many as are watching live on stream, so you can understand the potential of this. This cooperative has the potential, after the first 2 years, to pay each person a salary. Actually, has the potential to pay for the house. But we are not going to promise that, because when you work out something, potentially, we have to give room for risks. So we can't promise that until we run those 2 years and see what the indices are saying at that time. And then based on that time, the cooperative can now announce that. Again, the cooperative is not run by me. The cooperative is structured as a tripartite government. We had to study the co-op group in the UK. The UK co-op group is about 200 or 300 years old. It's the oldest cooperative in the world and the first cooperative. It is still existing. It's the biggest and the wealthiest cooperative. The co-op group is run by a tripartite government, which is different from all the cooperatives that I've known of, that I've studied. The tripartite government works like federal government. You have, federal government has tripartite structure, isn't it? So no single arm of government can take decisions. The three boards have to take the decisions together. Because the reason we did it that way is so that it can last for posterity's sake. So that the founders don't have to be there for it to run. 20, 30 years from now, a lot of us may not, if we are alive by the grace of God at that time, we may not be even active enough to even be looking at details. But it will be painful if the structure we set can now be monopolized by somebody. So it's structured in such a way that nobody can monopolize the system. That's why it's structured that way. So you have an independent board, an independent non-executive board. They cannot be investors in the project. They cannot. If you now think you want to invest, you have to resign. For you to be on that board, you have to have integrity, you have to have a very good track record, and you cannot be a benefactor of the system. The reason they are set up that way is because these are the people that will checkmate those who are benefactors. Then you have the management board, who are employees. like the bank employed staff, that are management staff. They are experts in what they do, and they are the ones that run the cooperative, not the ESCO. The ESCO are just like parliament. They raise issues and bring it to the board for address. So the president does not run the cooperative. The SecGen does not run the cooperative. They are only members that can bring issues to the board, and the three arms of the board have to sit to take decisions. So that's how it's structured, so that it can run smoothly and Cecilia can sleep peacefully without being worried that something has happened and then people's monies have been taken away. And the other thing we are looking at is that because we also want to be sure that there's transparency and that there's this will last, this will stand the test of time. That's why we're looking for very strong organizations in terms of legal consulting and audits. Companies that have international reputation at stake, that would not want to mess up whatever they are doing. That's why we're doing this. But again, they usually would like to observe and find out if they can trust the system before they stake their integrity on it. So I'm calling on all of us to come with a mindset ready to forge a new Nigeria. A new Nigeria is coming forth, but we have to forge it. We have to play our part to make it happen. I hear a lot of people sing, as the elections are going on, you hear people sing, I give no shishi, I give no shishi. They are saying it outside though, but they are taking bribe in their offices. Hello? They are campaigning outside, oh, this one, this will happen, new Nigeria. But they are still doing the very same things that they are saying is bad. I will go back to take the words of this current government. When they started, they came with a slogan, change starts with. You may not like this government, but that slogan is very true. Change starts with me. Change starts with me. If I cannot demonstrate the life that I'm wanting to see, then I cannot judge the next man. I have no right to correct the next man. I have no right to say what I'm saying. If I have to say it, there's this old saying that says, he that comes to equity must come with clean hands. We all want equity, isn't it? We're all crying for equity in Nigeria. Question, are our own hands clean? That's where we start. Is my hand clean? If my hand is not clean, what is the adjustment I need to make sure my hands are clean? So that when we all come together to do this, it will work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is the MD CEO NTP, the brain behind Shatter Conference, the mass housing in conjunction with the government. And we pray that those who have attended this conference and those watching online will be partakers and helpers, like he has asked all of you. We hope that you will collaborate with us and make it a huge success. So we are going to the next program. We are going to be having the team that will be on that stage for the panel discussion. The panel discussion will not take your time. Between 20 minutes, 30 minutes, we are done. And for everybody sitting here, I just want to introduce once again that we have amongst us seated in front the President, Nigerian Institute of Architects, Architect Eiben Ibom. He has been with us since day one, and this is the last day. So we want to say thank you, sir, for sitting with us. We appreciate you. Now, I'm going to list those who will be coming to that seat that you are seeing there up the stage. Number one on my list is Architect Chima Diaku. He's an architect, a project management teacher for 25 years. He's also profiled in an expert in sustainability and a champion that is currently working on in Benin City starting as a state and all over Nigeria. Please, can you welcome Architect Chima Diako? Following to the seat will be Architect Timi Ikisemuje. He's a chartered architect like Architect Chima. He is a procurement and environmental standard expert and also a project manager consultant. And presently the director of the University of Benin. So can you please welcome him to the seat? I also have here Architect Benite Ovie. He's the one that is the expert on building, construction, and services. You're welcome, sir. And our surveyor, Surveyor Jeffrey Uodo. Jeffrey Uodo, welcome to the seat. In Yoruba culture and Benin culture, they say the person that is Olorioko is one that they call last. So the person representing the PS housing, Mr. Edori Siagbo, hope I'm very correct. QS Edori Siagbo, am I correct? He's representing the PS housing. Then I'm going to also call on the seat the MD, NTP, because we are going to be having questions and she needs to expand more on what it is that people are expected to do in coming in as from the cooperative side and also from the NTP side. MD Architect Cecilia Atoyingbe, you are welcome on the seat. And so this session will be coordinated by Architect Chima.
Thank you very much. Yes, I hope we are connected online and they can see us and hear us. Yes.
Nothing is online, Abby.
Okay. Well, where do we start? Sometimes your head gets so full that you don't know where to begin. Well, the things that we have heard today are supposed to ginger us. But I know that we need some light to be shed on some of this. And one of the things that I've been thinking about with this whole magnitude of what needs to be done is manpower development. I've been training for different, I teach teamwork, I train for very many organizations. And one thing I've discovered is that organizations don't value the development of manpower. How can we, both in the built environment and in the agricultural environment, begin to let everybody know what we have in stock in this and what are the benefits of these things? How can we, as a people, begin to let everybody know what it is all about? From you.
All right, hello. Thank you very much for that question. Obviously, there's a shortage of manpower. So for this particular project, we faced for 10 years. First phase is the first 12 months, which actually starts tomorrow. The first phase starts tomorrow, which will run by August ending next year, we should have delivered 900 homes. So the first phase of the first 12 months is 900 homes. The second phase of the next 12 months is 3,600 homes. The reason why the first phase is having such a short number is because most of the first phase is going to be training. So we're going to spend a lot of time training manpower, because now we are trying to bring in technology into this entire development, which a number of our people may not be used to. And even for the aspects that people are used to, you and I know that the quality of production right now is very poor. So we need to scale up that. And we are counting on working with as many facilities as are available, like the Ministries of Works. They have workshops. the Edo jobs, they have a way of getting people who are interested in learning and then training them, because this is going to be more of a collaboration thing. I know Architect Ovie is strong on training. He runs an institute of training in Lagos, so we'll be pulling him as much as we can. And I know you are also in for training, because training will be at different categories. Yesterday I mentioned training of contractors and their teams and their workforce. So there'll be training for artisans, and then trainings for professionals, because unfortunately a lot of professionals, I hope professionals won't kill me for saying this, unfortunately a lot of professionals are practicing quackery. They don't like to hear it.
It's English language. There's nothing you can't change what it means.
I've always said that the reason quackery is thriving is because we are practicing quackery. If we up our standard to what it should be, they will not have a place. But I'll give an example, the architect. I ask sometimes, if we place the working drawings of an architect on the table and the working drawing of a draftsman on the table, will the client be able to tell a difference, or can you tell a difference? Most time there's no difference. And if there's no difference, then the client will ask, why should I pay the value you're asking me to pay? So there's something about professional practice that we need to ensure that in every arm of the professional value chain, that everybody is doing what is right. That also comes down to hunger and then make I chop first. When I don't chop belly full, I can begin to think of professional standards. So, but when we have something like this at this scale, so if we are doing, so once we screen contractors and we say, okay, we want these houses to be simultaneous. So we are doing 900 houses at a go. And we said for these 900 houses, we want one contractor to one house. That means we are training 900 contractors. So if we are doing 900 contractors at the same time, or if we are saying one contractor to two houses, just to be sure that they don't have to go and rob the bank to get money to build, then we have to train that volume of hands. Now, whether we like it or not, these people that we're training and that we're empowering will create, as they take on these jobs, because they don't have to do something substandard to earn. They didn't come to look for the work. We are the ones begging them to come. They are not having to bid. We are saying, are you interested in being a contractor? Come. Whether you are good or not, as far as you are interested, the system is set up to train you and bring you up to speed so that you can deliver. That way, the issue of quackery or practicing substandard will be taken care of, because now they are not trying to prove a point to earn a living. The money is there. Just get the standard done. So I think that will help us with the training. Architect Odia also has a training institute, a training unit in Nasarawa State where he trains people for work. Again, like I said yesterday, we don't intend to develop. We don't intend to build. We want to stay and drive the process and set the standards and set what we believe is what we are seeing. So at the end of the day, we are saying, we're not competing with you, architect or engineer. Come, bring your skills, come and do this, you do this, you do this. And this funding is coming to make sure everybody is empowered. The other thing that we tried doing is this funding that is coming, because if the funding coming, the funders said, we'll give you the funding, but the developer has to be an Indian developer. And we said, sorry, we don't need the money.
Thank you very much. Yeah, the other part that I think we also need to think about, by Nigerian law, government owns the land, if I'm correct. And I would very much like to find out how, we can begin to get governments interested in the viability of this. I know there are a lot of personal interests which stop us from, maximizing the strength of government. But how do we create like a structure that will, help people to have confidence? I had a friend who I went to visit in the States, and I said, why don't you come and develop some things in Lekki? Everybody's building one in Lekki. So he said I should wait. I should keep quiet. Don't worry. Tomorrow morning he will tell me why. So he drove across the border to to Mexico, and he showed me the houses and how much they cost versus he's spending money in Nigeria, the same equivalent of money that he's not sure will bring in money. And he said, I'm a businessman. There's no emotion to this thing. I will not spend money. Because if I buy a condo in Mexico, every month I get my $2,000. Whether somebody lives there or not, the agent has taken it over. Those kind of systems ensure that business continues to go and investment happens. So how can government help us in this kind of situation to further make this thing work for all of us?
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you for having me here, representing my peers. Well, I want to thank the MTPA for this conference. For government in providing lands for any serious investors, we have told many investors that government will continue to collaborate with any serious investors, especially in area of giving them an enabling environment, including lands that unencumbered without acrobacies. We are very sure, we are assuring them that whenever they come and we see their seriousness, especially this low housing scheme, where government is ready to give them lands without problems. And apart from that, many investments have been made before now. We've given land to Federal Ministry of Works. They have just given out 68 numbers of low housing scheme recently. That is the first phase. And secondly, we have also given them land for the second phase. That is to assure you that those state government is very ready to give lands without issue to any investors. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would like to add to that. In support of what he said, we wrote a letter while I was still in Lagos, March last year, March 5th to be precise, sent a letter via UPS to the governor on this proposal. And the governor minuted on it immediately.
I think we need to put our hands together for the government in
Edo
State.
The governor minuted on it immediately. Unfortunately, the ministry that received it, I guess the person on seat, because there have been a lot of changes of people in offices. So we eventually got invited in June. Then I was already in Benin. We got invited in June for a meeting. And the questions I was being asked was, the governor wants to know what part are we to play? Because the proposal was several pages. We've seen all of this. What does government need to give to you in detail? Give me statistics. Give me, okay, if we do this, you do this. If we do this, you do this. And I said, give me time. That document was to see if government would be interested. And since then, we have been working to get back to government. So I want to say very strongly that I believe that this government is very keen on this, which shows in what he has said in the other things. We are the one that haven't gotten back to government with the full blueprint of action. And the reason is because of the size of the project. So we don't just, because it's not just we're doing this land to do business and make money, something that is very holistic. We're having to engage with so many people so that at the end of the day, we're bringing all this on board. So because I for my little understanding, the governor on seat is a very technical, very precise, very financially intelligent person. So you don't just throw things at him. It needs to be very specific. So he reads it, it makes sense, and then he can move with it. So I give that to the governor. The governor is very, very, very in support of this project. From the little experience I've had, yes.
Thank you very much. Just a quick announcement. There's a red Toyota Camry that is disturbing the peace downstairs. Can you please? BEN 194GZ. If it's yours, please. Okay. All right. Okay, so please help us take it. Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask, these are very beautiful initiatives that we're getting. And it's nice that the governor is interested. But I'm always worried about continuity in our environment. Very beautiful, laudable projects have been initiated. But as administrators change, what are the, this is not only to you, MD, this is to all of us. What are the things that we can do to ensure there's continuity in projects that are, especially because construction is actually long-term, and we need to think long-term. How can we keep things continuing to happen irrespective of whatever government comes in? Can anybody please, sir, maybe you help us on this?
Hello. Thank you. I think it's a good opportunity to make contributions for this laudable project. I would say that this is like a town hall meeting, or what they call a public hearing, or at community level, what they call community engagement. In the respect that there could be contributions, there could be opposition, there could be questions, and there could be answers. So that is why I key in with this. First of all, I would like to say this project, like Architect Cecilia described it, he said it's bogus. That is our own description. But I would say it's massive. 300,000 housing units for Edo State. But I tried to find out what is the population of Edo State. It's about 1,727,000 Edo State from the recent records. Then, even Nigeria is over 200 million. So if you look at these 300,000 people or housing units, and you compare it with the population, it's a ratio of 1 to 6. So that is 6 people to 1 housing unit. So I wouldn't know whether we're envisaging additional population or is in respect to housing deficit. So in that respect, you know, we have about 18 local government in Edo State. And when you also prorata it, it's like about 15 to 16,000, yes, 17,000 per local government on the average. Those on local government may be more populated than the others. So when you look at this, you'll find out that this project itself is actually beyond Edo State. It could also key into the federal government housing program. Because like our national president, Dr. Benebo here, FNI, PPNI, said yesterday, there is this National Council of Land, Housing, and Urban Development. In the previous years, they predicted that the housing deficit in Nigeria is 15 million. I think it should be more than that. So, but if you compare, so it has increased and it's still increasing. So if you compare it, well, with what you are proposing is a little percentage to the federal government housing deficit. But one will also need to do a study to find out where are these deficits, which states are they? Is it Edo State or other states? So, having said this, I think it's a project that needs to do some further studies, like what we may call environmental and social impact assessment. If these ones are not done, it's like what somebody will say, the surveyor, your senior colleague will say they are doing trial and error. Now, you don't do trial and error in a professional thing, anything that has to do with the society. So you have to do a detailed study and assessment on the needs of this accommodation. So, but I have looked at it generally because I don't know whether I may have opportunity to talk again. So I just want to say that I've compared it with the UN Sustainable Development Goal, and I've seen that this project has met some of those goals, especially in respect of saying, number one, they say no poverty. You are creating job for people in the community. Number two, you say no hunger. I heard you mention it, tomatoes and all those things. That's a food, and it's even agricultural-based project, industrial-based. So no hunger. But there are other aspects of this sustainable development goal in terms of quality of education, health, and so on and so forth. So when you look at it, especially in also what we call sustainable community, sustainable city and community, which are part of the last 17 UN Sustainable Development Goal, you are actually in the right direction. And I also say that it keys in with the body, which is National Council for Land, Housing, and Urban Development, that had 7 housing models, out of which you have picked 2 or 3, synthesized them with respect to how do you talk about cooperative housing, you talk about the other type of housing, which is rent to own. And these are the types of housing models that the federal government is proposing through those agencies. I think it's kidding, but my take here is that there should be a detailed study about the environmental and social impact assessment. So coming to the question you asked, which is?
I said, how do we sustain this over several coming governments?
So the background of my comment shows that if all these things are properly done, and there's what we call environmental and social standards, and they are met, and they are presented, the proposal are presented, there should be the Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development and the Ministry of Housing. All these are the appropriate ministry that will properly guide. And once these conditions are met and the land allocation is done in the proper way and gazetted, so whether a new government comes in, these are reference points that are standard. So it will be like soldier go, soldier come, the barrack remains. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Why I was saying this is that we need to understand the environment which we operate. And I've seen, when Festac was designed initially, those people that lived there, it was like El Dorado. But subsequently, all the parks have been sold out. And buildings have been put, the drains, the whole place is just very wonderful now. Now, if we don't, as a group, because I was expecting us to just begin to proffer solutions, but you see, the thing comes back to us like Actor Cecilia said, we need to all take collective responsibility for our environment. Nigeria will not change if we don't change. So, apart from doing the right thing ourselves, I think we should also be able to call ourselves to order when the next person to us is not doing the right thing. Because that's the part that we're not very good at. It's not my business. It's your business. So people are building against setbacks. It's your neighbor, and you say nothing. So the day that building collapses, you are next door neighbor, the building will be on your house. So it concerns you. So we need to begin to find a way as a culture, to begin to say when we see things that are not going on well. That way, even those that are in authority will be under, compulsion to do the right thing because everybody is watching. But if we just drive past, once upon a time in Lagos, people used to drive against traffic, and I used to live in the Lekki area. And it took so much time to take my children to school in Victoria Land. Then when the current Minister for Works became governor, it was a taboo. You couldn't even think about it. You know, and so that kind of leadership is what we need to begin to, you know, put in place around us to ensure that order, because you see, you can't do business where there's no order. And order is one of the things that is a big challenge for us as a people. And I want us to, as we go from here, wherever we are, let's begin to put order in those areas and be influencers to change the status quo.
Thank you very much. With respect to what Architect Timi talked about, it's very important that we study the social, cultural, and then the statistics of the population of the people. As it is now, statistics show that Edo State is over 5 million population, 5-point-something million, running up. Housing deficit in Edo State since 2011 has been put at 300,000 by the National Bureau of Statistics. Just now, it has been updated to 400,000. Housing deficit in Edo. Now, what we chose to do was to just pick the 300,000, which we picked as at last year to work with. If that's the statistics as at 2011, if we can chase that target and meet that target, the new ones, maybe it will take care of itself later, but let's try and solve that one. Now, but what we also have looked at is that we've been conducting a survey, a field research survey. Surveys are still going on across the local governments in Edo State, person to person. So far, statistics are showing us the data is quite much. I didn't want this too much of a data because we've had some data since morning. Data is showing us that the demand for housing is about 75 to 80% of the population. So if we work with that population, it means that we actually have a real demand, not just, when we say deficit. We have, remember when the infrastructure guy from Nasarawa, Mike Imafida, was giving his presentation. He said that the deficit is put at 22 million, but which means that we have, let's assume we have, from the total number of houses that we have, 75 to 80% of them cannot be called houses. Yes. And he gave us the pictures of that. So what the deficit we are talking about is not even counting that 75%, which means that the deficit is on one hand, the 75% of the housing that we have existing in Nigeria are not houses. So the deficit is more massive than we even think. So the next thing we'll look at is, so that's one reason why, as professionals, the truth is that there's no competition. For the next 20 years, building 1 million houses in Nigeria every day, there is still no competition for the building industry. There's too much to do. There's no competition. So for us to get it to happen, we all have to collaborate and make it happen. Until we now have enough, there's no competition. So so I wanted to bring us to speed with that so that we understand that the truth is that there's really a lot of demand for housing. We've gone around different ministries. We've been talking to civil servants. We've been talking to market women. We've been talking to artisans. We've been talking to people on the streets, and we have feedback from them. And interestingly, the way we structured our survey, the survey encourages them to give us their name, their contact, where they work. Wow. So that we are not having blank surveys. We're having surveys with real people that we can, because they actually expect a feedback. And some of them are here. They expect a feedback. After all this survey, I hope so, now go give us house. That's what they tell us.
Which is a genuine demand.
Yes, it's a genuine demand.
It's a genuine demand.
Yes,
See,
a genuine
because
demand.
until value is demonstrated, it's difficult to get buy-in.
Yes.
So we must demonstrate value. Architect Ovi, there's something that is always top of my mind when it comes to delivering houses. And Everybody talks about houses, and what we always talk about is the shell, putting the blocks together and raising a building. But for me, like what I was talking with the president yesterday, the real thing that makes houses function are the services. And that area is an area that, we have such a huge deficit in terms of manpower. How can we scale up? I mean, when I think about 200 million people, both those that are living in houses and then the new houses that are going to be, the size and the sheer magnitude of what we need to deliver in terms of services, both electrical and mechanical, it just blows my mind. How can we begin to, on the scale that Cecilia is talking about now, begin to, grapple a little bit with some, even if it's just the tail of it, because it's so big in my eyes.
Good afternoon, everybody. I graduated architectural school in 1987. I'm now a plumber. I'm an architect, but I'm a plumber. And it's difficult for people to wrap their heads around the fact that I'm a plumber, because I'm an artisan. I'm a plumber. I join pipes. Do you believe me? Yes. No. You know me. You see, look, the reality is, this building is only usable because the lights are working. If the lights are not working, you can't have a conference here. Now, if you live here and you go to the restroom and the WC is filled up to the brim, that's it. So we focus so much on brick and mortar and lose sight of the fact that that shell needs to be lived in by human beings. Now, electricity, air conditioning, plumbing, all these are things that came because people wanted to live comfortably. So building services are the things that make the brick and mortar habitable. Unfortunately, we spend so much money on tiles, on POP ceiling, and then after you've built a house with 150 million, you end up with a bowl and a bucket of water. You take a bucket to flush the toilet. It's not ridiculous. Now, why is this happening? It's happening because we haven't realized that everything we do, we learn it. There is almost no emphasis on training of anybody. Everybody that you see is as a workman, apprenticed with another workman, who apprenticed with another workman, and if that man has bad habits, he simply passes those bad habits on to the next generation, and it goes on and it goes on. So, most important in training the next generation of, workmen. Look, don't be embarrassed to use the word artisan. The bricklayers around you own their own homes. They earn more than you earn sitting down in an office. They come to you, they cry, oh, yeah. And because in your mind, you see him as, artisan, he needs help. He earns more than you. You should be the one that is getting help from him. Now, we need to build the right ethics. The right ethics, work ethics. 8 a.m. is 8 a.m. Ring the bell of your client. I'm here. The man needs to go to work. He doesn't need to wait for it till 9 o'clock when you struggle in and then. So we need to understand that this whole dream is not going to happen if we don't train people who will do the work. Now, Architect Benebo, if your son were to tell you now that he wants to be a plumber like me, I'm sure you say, those village people, I bind them, I cast them into the pits of... No, listen. The plumber in America drives a Jaguar. that the guy who... Now, I'm an architect. I finished supervision of Mr. Tony Lumelu's private residence in Lagos. That building cost over $1 billion. 2 days after he moved in, we started breaking wall tiles in the bathroom because of leakage. And he didn't spend small money to get the job done. G Kappa was the contractor. But G Kappa needed to depend on Baba Jamu to be the plumber. And, you know, the people who do services are the least supervised in the construction industry. Is the plumber around? Yes. He's on the second floor, he's working. You don't know what he's using. You don't know how he's using it. You don't know anything. So, Mr. President, sir, we as architects don't know what artisans are supposed to be doing. So they don't get any supervision from us. Because we don't know what they are supposed to do, we cannot question what they are doing. And the materials that they are using, listen, a threaded fitting in plumbing, for instance, one of the surest way of knowing if it is going to last you is the number of threads on it. The deeper the thread, the costlier it is, the longer it will last. The shorter the thread, all kinds of corners have been cut. Do you know? You don't know. So we need to train the people. The people. Look, the only thing university education does for you in real terms, I don't know about what happens today, what changes today in Nigeria. What university is supposed to do for you is to enable you ask critical questions. The only reason you earn money is value. And value is only built on time. We all have 24 hours in a day, right? Now, why will Architect Benebo earn 50,000 naira a day and I earn 5,000 naira? And then I envy him because he has put in, knowledge, capacity into his 8 hours, which I don't have. The driver of Mr. Chima, how much will you pay your driver? 30K. How much will Obaseki pay his driver? What did I call him? Driver. They are both drivers. So why would one earn 300,000 and the other one earns 30K? Because when Obaseki enters into the car, the driver knows where. He doesn't need to ask him, should I turn right? Should I turn left? And that is what most of our artisans are. And that's what most of us professionals are. We do not provide value. So we need to train artisans to recognize that they are valuable in the scheme of things. Architects, if your plumber tells you the job will cost 150,000 naira, and you tell him, I'm sorry, all I have is 90,000 naira, he will not walk away. But out of the 150,000, his take home was 45,000. And that will not change even if you give him 90,000. So what was the basis for your pricing it 90,000? Because in any conversation, there must be a basis that drives it. So it is realistic to him, it's realistic to me. Then I won't get shortchanged. He also doesn't feel shortchanged. So when we tell the artisans that he has value and he's going to get value from it and his time matters, value orientation begins to kick in. And without value reorientation, change government, gazette it, do everything. How many gazettes do we have? So it is value reorientation. First of all, from us. Because if you get to the office at 8 o'clock every day, none of your staff will dare to come later than you. So as long as you, who is on top, you don't have the right values, no other person who is around you will ever have the right value. So what we have is the result of mentoring, role models. All our role models have brought us to where we are. When Colonel Sam Ogbemudia built Midwest State, there was no tolerance for mediocrity. The secretariat that is there was built in the 70s with lifts. Do those lifts still work? For many years, they didn't work. They just started working. Who will service the lift? There are no lift. If they want to service the lift now, somebody will come from Lagos. Is that right? Is that sustainable? So we need to, identify skill sets that we need to begin to train. Let the people express themselves. Don't tell your child you must be a doctor, you must be a lawyer. No, we need people with brains who can interrogate issues, get involved in the nitty-gritty of these things. Otherwise, we will continue to look for Pakistani to come and teach us, Indians to come and teach us. We have everything we need here. So, you can't afford a 3-bedroom house. Why do you want a 3-bedroom house? What you can afford is a 1-room apartment. Live in it. The other man who is living in a 2-bedroom apartment is not better than you, but it's what he can afford. Live within your cloth. If we can get people to begin to think about living within their cloth, you will be able to address this housing deficit. But people are living beyond their means. You want to build a 5-bedroom house that you can't keep, you can't maintain. Why? There are no artisans, so the plumber will come every day and will never solve the problem, because if he solves the problem, he says that source of income has gone. So we need to get our minds, you and I, we need to reorientate ourselves. If my son says he wants to be a painter, I'll send him to Mr. Chima. Tell them about your son, who you are prepped to be an architect and what he is today. So that these things we're talking about reality, not, some fancy thing out there. Chima's son was supposed to be an architect because his father is an architect, but he didn't want to be an architect in reality. And he's not an architect today. And he's happy.
Yes. In the issue of training of artisans, is very important. I want to tell you here that Edo State has already keyed into that training. That is why we have Edo Jobs. So there are pools of people that are there trained, electrical, mechanical, bricklaying, air conditioning. So I want to assure NTP that anytime you need these trained artisans, the Edo State government we assist. We assist in giving these people to you to add value to your work. Again, I want to realign with what architect has said. The issue of artisans, where are the youths? We no longer have youths who want to be an artisans. For example, in Edo State, you don't see, and that is why we have been encouraging them through the Edo Jobs. Come to Edo Jobs. Any type of artisans, you'll be trained. Even you are a graduate, a master holder, you'll be trained. And you will add value to your degree. And that is what Edo State has keyed into. I want to assure that many people will be made available. We are still Edo State is still employing many youths, a lot of youths, into that training. And I want to ask that they are already there, and with these housing estates, all of us want to key into. I believe that you will have a lot of trained artisans for use. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. So the attitudinal changes that need to happen. We have modeled the wrong things to our young people. And that is why we have, what we have sown over the years is what we are reaping today. So I know it will not change overnight, but you in your little corner and I in my little corner doing what we need to do can change the tide. What she's talking about, she's trying to do, imagine happening in every state. The housing deficit we are talking about will close next 10 years. It will shut down because everybody has attitude to work. The attitude of not working before you reap is one of the biggest challenges that we have. And we need to begin to change that wherever we are. I know in our generation, maybe it's easier, but I want to talk with you. How can you assist in the younger generation to pass the information that hard work actually pays? Because they don't believe that, they believe school is scam. Abi, where are the students here? They say that school is a scam. Okay, so I want to give you the opportunity to answer on their behalf and how to solve the problem.
Please, first of all, let me thank the organizer for having me here. And once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That question, school is a scam, is, in fact, school is not a scam in the first place. School is not a scam because education is very important. For education is a drug or is a treatment for violence. So if a city that is educated will not have all these problems we're having, Boko Haram, insurgency, and all that. But it's unfortunate that the youths of nowadays, they want to make it very quick, overnight. They want to make it overnight. In fact, when ASU entered this strike, ongoing strike, a lot of my students, they came to my WhatsApp and say, sir, once this strike starts, I'm going to meet somebody that will teach me Yahoo. They were very blank, very frank. It was, I said, no. I was encouraging some, okay, why not go and learn this, learn that. You go and learn how to do this, how to sew, They said no. That school is scam. In fact, they were telling me that school is scam. And I don't really blame them because you see a lot of graduates with no job. So a lot of persons will finish school and nothing to engage themselves with. So that's why, but we need to change this narrative that hard work pays. Because if you watch what Abraham Lincoln said when he wrote to his son's teacher, he said, teach him that $1 earned is of far more value than $5 found. So people, because when you get all these quick riches, it vanishes. Even in the Bible, it says that quick money vanishes with time. So it's true that if you come to my neighborhood, when I see some of them that they had cars, today, the cars they can't even take care of the cars. So we need to get ourselves trained. Artisans should be encouraged because there is dignity in labor. Whatever you are doing that pays you, you don't need to be ashamed of it. So that we read ourselves what is this school is scam, because people don't really believe in. The other day I went to fix my car. When I asked the man, say, where is he said he has traveled to Ghana. And this is everywhere. You can't see youths coming out to partake in legitimate duties. They just believe that we want to make it overnight. Every night, instead of engaging themselves with things that is productive, they spend the night doing all sorts of things. So they work at night, they don't work during the day. They have converted, they know the time they work, while others are sleeping. Instead of them to engage in things that are useful, they use it to do fraud. We must call it fraud, and what is bad is bad. It's highly condemnable, and I've encouraged my students that no, this is not it. I myself, I paid, I schooled, I got up to PhD, and I'm still going to get more. to lay the foundation, because you cannot put something or nothing and expect it to stay. There must be foundation for success. You cannot climb the ladder of success with your bare hands. And if you want to succeed in life, you must shake off your lazy habits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was dragging us into somewhere. Okay, please.
Skills, we also need to open up the skills thing because skills has gone into another dimension now because we now have a lot of technology in the delivery of houses. So we also need to open up this technology to training. So when in the delivery of housing, there's a lot of high tech in it.
That's right.
So when we say skills, we're not just saying holding hammer and nail. There's a lot more to the skills. So yes, yes. So we need to open up. And I would like to say that it will be good that we can have. Yes, what the government is doing is very good, but it will also be good that the private sector, probably driven by the different institutes, can come up with a let's say, a skill center or a training center that can build skills in support, because it's not always good that we just leave government alone to do what it's doing. It's good that the private sector is doing something to support the process and strengthen it.
Yes. Okay.
Regarding, setting up of training facilities, with the kind of scheme you are working with, and getting funding for, we need to get funding for training, institutions as well, because funding training is very expensive. Setting up, a training facility is very expensive, And then when you realize that equipment are the bedrock of training, you can't train people without them handling so for every person who is, mindful of training, first of all, I train plumbers who go on to sit for City and Guilds certification exams, right? Now, like the president knows, in architecture we have what we call professional practice exams. They are exams that you can only sit for after you have practiced for a few years, where you have an understanding of, now you have a hands-on understanding of the things that you learned in theory in school. So also the, certification for any skill is practical driven, is practical based, even though the exams are objective exams, but they are answers to things that you have done with your hands. So as you go on with this process with the people who are funding the 300,000, wow, 300,000, interesting. We need to, alongside with it, think of training, facilities that people who, because what I tell everybody who comes, to learn with me is, I'm training you to be able to answer the primary question of why. Because till you are able to answer the question why, don't do anything. Because whatever you are going to do, you are going to complicate the problem that is already existing. So when you are able to answer the question why, then you can get to the root cause of the problem and solve it, and everything else goes away. So let us think of how we can, NIA, in collaboration with NI Structech or Current or NIOB and all those people, so that we can set up real, facilities where we, you and I, can, go and train people in these things so that we can also train architects, engineers, so that when they get to the field, they actually know what to interrogate with the workmen that they are supposed to be overseeing. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together. That was great. We'll soon be, because I also am conscious of the time. But what I was driving this conversation to is advocacy. Now, we don't know the power of the radio. Until I got to my former station, the last place where I did the project, I didn't understand the power of the radio. We are talking about the artisans and these people. They don't watch your CNN. They don't watch your DSTV or whatever cable. They listen to radio. So demonstrate to John on the radio that he can be a millionaire by being a plumber and where he can go to do it. It's not 3-5 minutes. Let's begin to, as different associations, let's begin to bring them closer because there's a them and us syndrome, so to speak. But I say construction is a team sport. All you need is one bad carpenter and the roof will just come down and disgrace you on opening day. Right? So we need to understand that, look, these are part of the team that makes this thing happen. And when they do well, be good enough to give them the credit. When they beat deadlines, they help you to succeed. That is the only way they can see that they are part of the value chain. All they know is that, well, I've done my Tyler, he's done 10 square meters, where's my money? Right? And as long as that attitude is there, he won't do a good job. So that's why we're having this conversation, so that we can find ways, simple, cheap ways. We have the associations that you have been dealing with, Madam, that, you know, the different associations that you have been dealing with. Let's sell this to them. So those who have younger ones who don't want to go to regular university, let them come to, they can still earn and drive the G-Wagon if he does very well. Teach them how to make it a business. Because one of the things that we have as a problem is that they don't know how to make it a business. After some time, you don't have to be the person turning all the wrenches, because you now have a corporation. So as you were saying, if they think of a plumbing company that works from here to Ghana, he can drive any kind of thing he wants to drive if that is the kind of organization that he has. But because they have seen, the only thing we've shown them is that a plumber is the one that goes under the WC and turns. No, but you could have a plumbing corporation, an electrical corporation. So these are the things we need to begin to sell to these young people to let them know that school is not a scam. But we have not shown them the route to it. So let's begin to look at ways that we can begin to, from the grassroots, begin advocacy for these things to be able to sustain what dream that we all have concerning this 300,000 house. Because the amount of personnel that is required to make this happen, when I think about it, maybe because I've run projects myself over time and I know the practicality of making a building happen. So if you're going to have 300,000 of that, the logistics alone is huge. It's bigger than all of us. And so we must begin to think, you know, about the future and how, and after, like I was saying, in the next 15 years, thereabouts, I will not be able to be on site like I used to be. And so there must be some people that will take on that mantle of taking over that situation and doing well in it. So I want to implore all of us, those that are listening on the internet, those that are here, and the places where you can affect. Let's take up this challenge of selling the artisans and their value to the whole community. Okay, I think we can round up.
Well, thank you everyone on the panel. Thank you for all the discussions and all the issues we've raised and addressed. I'm sure the discourse continues as we tidy up the documentations that we need, because we're supposed to present a position paper to the government, so those documents are being tidied up. There are certain things we couldn't display here in the event because they are documents that are supposed to be presented to the government. So, but nonetheless, it's been an awesome time these 3 days having this discourse. A number of things have come up. We've taken note of a number of things that we probably did not hit on very strongly before. And like I said earlier, we'll be very glad to work with as many of us as this touches your heart to work with, so that we can have more hands. And when there are more hands in the bowl of food, it's sweeter to eat it. Absolutely. So that's the African way. So let's do this the African way. Let's do it together so it's more interesting. Thank you very much.
So with that, thank you everybody for listening, and I hope I didn't bore you too much.
We are going to have group photographs downstairs. That place is too risky. And please, for information, after the group photographs, we are going to have the masterclass on building services immediately after that, by that left-hand side. Mr. President, can you join us with the photograph? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. It gives me great pleasure to have you all here. All protocols duly observed, but I'll still take our time to acknowledge our NIA president here present for taking out time, for being with us, even in the rain, even in the sun. He even helped us to moderate some of the activities that happen here. We will say thank you very much for coming. Also, all those from the ministries, works, physical planning, our exhibitors, and students that are also here. Words are not enough to appreciate our gladdened hearts that you are all here. We will say thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Also, I also want to thank the staff, our cooperative members, and all those who worked tirelessly to ensure that this program is a success.
Thank you. Thank you.
We couldn't say more than just to say thank you, and may Almighty God continue to bless and keep you.
Amen.
And also, like I said on the opening day, that it is somebody that owns the town where the masquerade dance. So all the indigents and all residents of Edo State, I will say thank you for this privilege to have this wonderful conference in your state. And I also say a big thank you to all those who joined us online. You know, they say the world is going digital, and everything we do this day is being digitalized. Imagine us being here and somebody from all the way far back down there, Pakistan, saying hi to us and also talking to us about the technologies they have out there. And We're saying thank you to them too. We're also looking at the way we'll bring them into this project. And what they are going to be doing for us is something that will blow our minds. Imagine having a house without you going through the stress of looking for light. Let me use our normal thing, NEPA. But your house, the roofs will be generating the power that you need. The power that you need. So it's a wonderful one. I'll say, as you go back, may the Almighty God, in His infinite mercy, go back with you, guide you, protect you, and grant you all your heart desires through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, GM. Thank you. So, on that note, we are going to have the closing prayer. The closing prayer will be taken by QS Edos. That's the only one I can say. The other one is too long.
Can we all stand up for prayers? We are grateful, oh Lord. We are grateful, Lord. We are grateful, oh Lord, for all you have done for us. We are grateful, oh Lord. This afternoon, in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Lord, we are grateful to you for this conference. We want to thank you. We want to appreciate you. We want to thank God for the organizers of this conference. We want to thank God for everyone that came from far and near. I want to thank you for the process. I want to thank you for all the messages. We thank God. We hope, oh Lord, God will give us the grace to do exactly what the planner have met in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Heavenly Father, as we go today, we are not leaving your presence. Yes. Lord, as many that are traveling back, they shall travel and they shall be safe in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Our families we left behind, oh Lord, we shall see them healthy and happy in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for this organizer. We ask, oh Lord, these promises they have made, oh Lord, it shall come to fruitfulness. It shall be successful to the glory of God in the name of Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Thank you, my Father.
Thank you, Jesus.
Blessed be your holy name.
Hallelujah.
In Jesus' precious name we have prayed.
Amen. Amen.